I try so hard to multitask.
You you doing working on something?
I was trying to tap from my other account, and that's what I tried doing last time, but I got distracted by CB's video.
Watching the video again.
I just let it was just on repeat. So it was playing over and over and over again when that white guy was up there.
Listen, when he sent me that file, I was like, "Is he for real?" Like, listen, it was just hit after hit after hit. And what I'm guessing is, I'm probably gonna land a record deal, like one of the big ones. Even though it's not me that's on it, the vocals aren't me, or the music is not me, and I didn't even make any of it. I'm thinking I could get a record deal out of this because J Lo doesn't know how to sing, huh?
You know what? You have a point.
Up on Kendrick because I just think he's jealous of my version of that one, okay, that melody. I tagged him in it. He just hasn't come back to me. I think he's jealous, to be perfectly honest, because it sounds better than the mustard part. And I just got to deal with it. I got to deal with that hate. You know what I mean? Jealousy of um of my lyrical and vocal skills. All right.
That's that's too funny. For the non-black people listening, that is not, you know, permission to start bashing on Kendrick. Just FYI.
Yeah, listen. Don't go there. Don't mess with anybody in our community. Don't just leave them out your mouth. Go talk about Axl Rose and Def Leppard and all of them. Y'all got plenty to talk about. Justin, I'm a pretend rapper, so I don't rap. I don't know how to rap. I could write some poems, some pretty poems, but no, I do not claim. But I will, um, you know, get, I'll sign a record deal if that's what they're talking about. You know what I'm talking about? I can learn rap. I mean, I really don't have to be perfectly honest.
Tilly, I think that you should join the panel instead of being in the comments. Keep repeating the same types of stuff because you don't know what you're talking about. And yeah, like join the panel. Like, why do you guys sit in that? I'm just trying to figure out like what's wrong with learning something new.
Trying to figure
Maybe
out how they get does she work in HR because a lot of that information with an exception of the resume um you shouldn't have access to there, Tilly.
right.
What's going
Yeah,
on,
how's that
Tills?
possible? Just say you don't like black people and call it a day. The followers.
What do you mean you liked your boss? You obviously like me since you follow me.
What the fuck do you locking your boss got to do with the shit you were saying in the comments that you had no idea what you're talking about? Like, what does that have to do with you liking your boss or not? You don't know what you're talking about, and you're just saying shit because you don't like black people in general. Just because you like your boss, oh, hoo, let's go create a fucking party. Like, get up here, have the discussion, and stop yapping in the comments.
So their boss is black. Is that what she's saying? Because that's what it implies. Okay, okay. So, Chili, real quick, did you know that slave holders love their enslaved people, their captors? Did you know that? That's a person.
I don't know what it is. Hey, Ollie. So I don't really get how that is relevant to the conversation that we're having, right? So you always bring up, whenever you think of DEI, you straight away think of race. Why is that? But then you're the same crowd that will say not everything is about race.
First, whoever this is, previous comer said, I'm not against it, but if you're not qualified, you shouldn't get the job. That's what they said. Like who said they're not qualified? Is that then what are you basing that off of?
What someone else said. And you know what I also think? I think that when they say stuff like that, they voted for Trump. There's always a connection with that.
Agree. Oh, we have KK
You
up
know what I've
here.
noticed a connection to? People who voted Democrat are usually in support of rapists, pedophiles, child molestation. They love
Yeah, I
Slow
think
your
you should
roll.
watch your mouth.
Democrats for you. They love pedo. Democrats love pedos.
Ask you a question, KK. Can I ask you a question? A genuine question
Hey,
I've been
Melanated,
wanting
can
to
I
ask
get
like
mod?
What's up?
I'm sorry,
why are
Jay.
you
I was just seeing if I could get mod real quick.
I can't hear you. She keeps talking over you.
to me? She wasn't talking to you.
Oh, okay. Well, what'd you want to say?
Why do you assume that black people are Democrats?
I didn't say anything about anyone's race.
Why did you bring
Oh,
up
here's this
Democrats?
bitch
And
again.
why do you bring up
Oh, she's
why do you bring
following
up
me. This
KK?
black.
Hey KK. Why do you bring up Democrats? Like who? No one brought up Democrats here. Nobody
You
even brought
brought
up a
up
political party. No one
Spencer.
said anything about a Democrat or a Republican though.
But that's white tea people that are PD3Os. If you see the 31% of it's 31% of white tea people are responsible for 80%
Oh, and yeah, and
of
black
the
people
arrests for
are responsible
White,
for
yeah,
90% of
white
the
count
crime in
men.
the
corn. No, we're not 90%. Yeah,
You are.
that you're exaggerating.
You
It's
stupid
funny.
woman.
You're just here
What did you
to
just say?
antagonize. That's it. He called me the N word. Yep.
I thought I
See.
heard you say the N word.
Yep.
Crazy.
He was just in
I
another
thought I
live
heard him say.
antagonizing us. Just in another live, saying that we don't deserve no reparations and stuff. And he did he did the same thing. Said the N word. They love going around from black space to black space, calling people N words.
Keep in mind that kids are on spring break right now, so he's probably left at home with the kids while the wife goes and works. He's probably very upset about that because they don't really like their kids.
Spring break
And
already? Spring break? Oh Lord, they definitely gonna be
this
in
where
June.
my son's spring break is next week. But they also like to, you know, beat their wives' head between the washer and the dryer too. They have the highest rate of DV.
Talk
In
about
fact,
that.
they had to make laws saying that you cannot beat your wife in between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. because of the noise.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's London.
That
I,
is
I think that was
horrible.
London. Yeah, yeah.
That's nasty work. That is nasty work.
So he just wanted to come up and say the N word.
Yeah, he did the same exact thing. He was on the panel for like 5 seconds. Um, Here comes the N word.
Have y'all seen that? And it's off topic, but have y'all seen that movie? Have you seen Wicked yet?
Yes, they were mad
Yeah, I saw it last night.
because a black woman played a green witch. Like, are y'all serious? Be so
Oh,
for real. That's just as bad
the
as being
story.
mad about the Little Mermaid being black. Like, these are fictional characters.
And
You
see,
could tell.
that's
You could
just
tell
it.
how they.
That's, oh, I'm sorry, Jay, go ahead.
I was gonna say you could tell how they had the black woman play that character, and also it was kind of fucked up how she was treated, like all throughout the whole film until the end. Like,
That's what pissed me off while I was watching it. How they treated her.
Wh- um, what I
oh,
what I find, hold on a second, I lost my train of thought for a second. Hold on. What I find, never, hold on, I gotta figure out what I was gonna say. Sorry.
Just gonna tell y'all that that's how they in real life they view black women anyways. They see us as witches. They
Hmm.
see us as evil people, and then they mistreat us. And then we're still nice to them. Nah.
They mistreat us until they need something from us, and then they want to buddy
Yep.
up to us and be
Mm-hmm.
nice.
Okay, I
I'm
remember.
glad.
So when you look at their history, they are really into creating an image, like a myth of, a distorted reality and bringing it into their reality. They did this with Roman and Greek artwork, changing the removing the color and all sorts of horrific things, but they really do identify with mythical people, mythical beings. It's literally part of their identity because their whole whiteness identity is a myth. So it is very, very interesting to watch them get very defensive over the uh, identity of mythical creatures like the mermaid and stuff. But that's because their whole identity is a myth.
And even like on some of the imagery on it, when the beginning, when they showed her, you remember that wanted poster and how she was just like so as if
Evil
mean
looking.
looking. I
Mm-hmm.
was like,
Mm-hmm.
what the fuck is that? That looks just like how they do us, like how they portray
Black
us. And
women. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah,
The wanted
Exactly.
posters.
the wanted posters
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. And I was like, damn, Glinda's actually the damn villain.
Exactly.
And
Well,
she's
and
a white woman.
the reason for those imageries is because if we started to realize that it's black women are on top of literally the humanity pyramid, then because when you add humanity like to children's shows, movies or whatever, to black characters, those children may grow up to see these people as see black people as humans, if that makes sense. So it's always important for them to, and every decade, to use illusions, create illusions with black women being the bad one, and obviously white is good, but it's so intentional. That's why I don't, honestly, personally, it's hard for me to watch anything that has black women as the bad person, because for me it's like, okay,
Uh-oh.
y'all are doing that honk of shit.
Um,
That was by
if
design.
if they humanized SpongeBob more, they probably would have thought SpongeBob was white too.
Hmm.
No, he not.
So
It's easier for them to humanize animals and inanimate objects than it is to actually humanize people, because they can't even humanize themselves.
I saw a video on YouTube of these people. They were watching zebras, and one of the I think it was a male zebra was trying to unalive the baby zebra. And these white tea women were just crying and, oh no, the baby, oh no. And I'm like, but you
Right.
wouldn't do that if you saw a person in front of you being hurt.
What
I
happened?
don't, that's just
No.
nature. That's what nature does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
they don't bat an eye when it comes to us. But see, it'll be a
But
an animal, a squirrel, or something, they freak out.
Exactly.
You know what's funny though? How evil they are. They can watch, their animals either like be rude to their young or whatever, but I mean, literally there was a white tea woman that drowned her kids in the water and then blamed it on a black person. And then they
Yeah.
found out it was her. But y'all, what? Y'all evil.
I'm not surprised.
Um, I saw I'm trying to think, it was a video I saw a few weeks ago when they were talking about the reason why I think the vast majority, a good bit of white people have pets, because they need to own something. They need to
I
have
wouldn't be
something in order to
surprised.
really,
That's a very good
yeah,
point.
I wouldn't
they
be
must own
surprised.
something.
Remember, we were enslaved in chattel slavery. We were their chattel.
Hmm.
Okay, we was their cattle. We was their
Hmm.
farm equipment. Okay.
See the difference between when black people have a pet compared to them. It's like it's a definitely a difference.
Yeah, they let them lick off their spoons. They be letting them lick in their mouth. Like,
Listen,
come on now.
I see what my dog. I see what my dog does with her tongue. No, thank you. No.
They be licking they private parts and then licking them in their mouth.
Yeah, yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't even like my dog licking me at all. My hand. No, no, thank you.
There, right. There was this one video where this lady was she did it for legs, but it was a white woman. She was over there sitting there eating the cat's food. The cat looked at her like she was crazy too. I'm thinking to myself, this poor cat. the
Mm-mm-mm.
things, the things, man. Mm-mm.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to watch this the new season of Real Housewives of Atlanta. It's given a little
I
love in hip
can't.
hop, but I'm gonna
Yeah,
try
I'm gonna. I stopped watching that a long
to
time
stop.
ago.
Yeah, I did
Yeah,
They
too.
view black people in a bad light. They do that.
maybe, you know, I don't watch a lot of TV, but when I do, I watch a little bit of like a little binge watching of a reality show. And I've always been a fan of like of Nene and stuff. I know it would just be funny sometimes. But
Boop
this
boop
particular season is a bit different.
boop boop. That's what she said. I remember I would watch little scenes of the reunions. Them trying to be funny. What was her name? That lawyer that had a scam artist
Phaedra.
husband.
Phaedra,
Phaedra.
Phaedra,
Phaedra read that
yeah,
lady for filth. Yeah. She
yeah, Phaedra
said,
can read though.
"You got a baby because somebody needed a medium sized pizza, so he went over there, did his thing to get a couple of dollars." She
Yeah,
thought, she
Katrina.
said, take that check to the bank and cash it." God, he read her.
Have
But
y'all
there's
seen that new KFC commercial?
I don't like KFC anyways, but
no.
That
Did they?
commercial is dark.
Who's in this commercial this time?
I have no idea, but it is weird. Like they dip a guy in a gravy river and he comes out as a chicken strip.
They're
It's
running out of
weird.
ideas.
I
They're
It's
running out
mean,
of
they
ideas.
put
weird.
real stuff in commercials, though. No
Right.
telling if there's human flesh in that chicken. We don't know. They allow a certain amount of everything in the production of food in America.
Yep. But that commercial is just it's creepy.
Speaking of that, y'all were talking about how when you said black is beautiful, you're talking about how they could be human. I wouldn't be surprised. On TikTok, I don't know if y'all seen it. This has happened. It was sometime last year, and somebody was selling these beef skins. I don't know if you've seen them, but they look
What?
like yeah, they look like human
Skin,
um
flesh.
yeah, human muscle, right? But
Hmm.
you couldn't, they won't allow you to respond in the comments. They cut the comments off. And I'm like, why they look like if you pull your skin back and you look at the muscles, and you if you
Oh,
strip away your muscles bit by bit, it's like little
that's what
thin
it looked
slices
like.
of that's what it looked like. And I'm
Ugh.
like,
It's
this is
probably
like
what
we're
it is.
humans.
You know that they had this video, right? This man, I guess it was on a cooking competition, and there was three judges or whatever, and he said there's pick out of the three what my main ingredient is of the sausage, and I think he said shark, human flesh, and something else, and so they
Ugh.
eat, and then he was like, "It's human flesh." Yo, it was a joke though, but if it was black people, that cook would have been knocked the fuck out because we don't play that. I would
Mm-mm.
expect that from white tea people, because they eat black people.
Mm-hmm.
But us, nah. Mm-mm.
That's
We got too much
crazy.
trouble. Yeah, we got too much trauma when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm. Got
Mm-mm.
you, sister. They always say there's truth in jest. I believe it. Mm-hmm. Melanated, how are you?
Might not be near her phone.
Yeah.
I'm so I'm so mad. I got my backup account and my main account suspended
Oh, that
for
sucks.
until the 29th and 30th. So I had to make another one. I'm like, y'all, this is getting ridiculous. When I be batching energy when it come to white tea people, they just can't handle it. And then they be mass reporting me.
You're so fragile. You're so fragile. It's ridiculous.
What do you think DEI is? Just spell it out. I don't know, understand why they come in here with these questions. Y'all have a computer in y'all hand. Go look it up. Stop asking black people for free labor.
Matter of fact, it's a supercomputer in your hand. Good lord.
This is your library. This could be your therapist because you could do therapy over online. I mean, you could do so many things, and these people still be asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
See, T
Who's
baby, you didn't have to
mad?
do that. Why did you give them the answer?
I'm just wondering who's mad. Did any
It
of them
just don't
hear
make
that
no
voice?
sense to me. Why you give that person the answer? Let them go and find out the education. That's why they don't ever learn nothing because it's always handed to them.
Mm-hmm.
He's so mad.
You just want us to labor for free as always.
And you just gave it up, T baby. It is that deep. That's what I'm trying to tell you, T baby. It is very deep because
Well,
the thing is they've been handed things all their life. When are they ever going to learn how to
Faggot.
work? See, you're like 12 years old though. And I'm sure your parents are just as racist and homophobic as you.
so you said all that. Can you let me on? Just come up here and say that.
Not you, T baby. You didn't hear what that person just did. It was like a little 12-year-old saying the F slur. See, you're now it's not that deep. You didn't hear me talking to that person.
Yeah, it's the person that came up here. A child. Hey, babe.
Same thing, sir. Same thing. I don't.
That's not even why I brought him up.
But T baby, you were in here. We were having the conversation. Then the person got brought up here and then said the F slur, and then got dropped down.
Wait, so what was T Baby saying? Because I was out of the room.
Okay, so a white tea person asked what DEI was, and then I told him to go look it up himself, and then T baby goes and gives him the answer, and then she said it's not even that deep. I said yes it is. White people have been handed things for their whole lives. When are they going to learn how to go and find information out on their own? It's not the fact that you just did that. That was simple, yes, but they've been They've been doing this for hundreds of years. When are they going to learn? That's their white privilege. We just give it up. You were curious, then you would go look it up.
How are you, Melanie? Melanie.
I'm good.
That's good.
Guys, not handouts. And actually, white women actually benefited the most.
As well as from affirmative action. My words are beating my behind.
Right. Some of them don't even know the
But if
difference between the two.
they don't, because they're degenerates. They come from a long line of them. And all they had in their life was their white tea privilege. And people just handed it out to them, handed them information, handed them jobs, handed them money. We had to work for everything that we had.
And fight for everything we had.
Couldn't have had to say nothing. Go look it up. I don't need to say, I am not your mammy. Go look it up.
A simple Google search would have helped you.
You got a Google search bar on your phone.
Who's free
You don't
ride?
even have to type it in. Don't even have to type it in. You could use your microphone and just speak into the microphone and say it. Like, it's not that hard.
I want to understand who's free ride. What are you talking about? Because white tea women benefited more from DEI than anyone else.
They just in here to antagonize
Mm-hmm.
because they
Oh, I
racist and
know.
they ain't got nothing better to do.
On this Monday afternoon.
Right? And they telling us that we need to go and get jobs. Your free ride. No, it was white women's free ride.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was. And they only implemented those things to say that, look, we're not racist, we changed something, and
Mm-hmm.
still didn't let us benefit from it.
And the thing is, DEI also covers veterans, the disabled. So what are you saying?
And you said not as hard as whites and Asians. So tell me this: how come white people had to traffic black people from their home country to do the labor in the fields if you
Mm-hmm.
guys work so hard?
The whole reason slavery or Avery started was because you guys didn't want to work.
And then they annihilated the indigenous population that was here.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they even came over there. Because they're nasty, because what? They spread diseases. That's why they ended up being unalived. A huge portion of that population.
Yeah.
Well, actually, white tea people are obsessed with black people. You guys literally would take melanin injections because you guys lack melanin. The sun doesn't like you. The sun's racist. You guys you guys literally cook like lobster in the sun.
Dang, what happened?
She dropped. I think she went off that.
Oh, I scrolled into this white woman's live, right, this morning.
Mhm.
And obviously, you would guess who was there supporting the lie, supporting the
Who?
the white women.
Who? Oh, pizza. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't even have to.
Like,
Okay.
but you know what was really troubling though is that there was an op that was trying to be funny, and he was laughing at DV, and so they were like, you know what, you're not funny. But then I noticed that they were also laughing. It's like there's nothing funny. Like that shit was weird.
It's not. It's funny until it happens to them. Then they want
Right.
the
Like there
whole
was,
world to stop and say, "Poor you, poor you."
and that was actually annoying me, because you're sitting there, you're agreeing with the white women, right? But then at the same time you're laughing. Why does DV make you laugh?
Well, because they do it to themselves too. They do it to their kids, their husbands, all of that. White women are just as violent as white men.
Mhm.
Just as violent.
And when I say that the person was laughing, I'm not even talking about the op.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I said it, and there's nothing that would require putting laugh emojis when, we're
Yeah,
talking
that's.
about DV.
Well, they just want to fit in.
Pick me is what it is.
How do you think DEI means black people? We didn't benefit that much from DEI. Your intersectionality, your white women benefited the most. So I don't understand why the code word for black people is DEI.
Exactly, Susstown. Like it was just really appalling.
Never. I'm never that. Never,
And
never,
I use
never.
that
That's
opportunity to remind them that, while they're sitting there saying, oh, yeah, people, they don't take it seriously, blah, 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 blah. I just reminded them, do you remember when you threw it in my face to defend a racist? And they went quiet.
of course they went quiet because they knew that they were wrong.
Yet they will not say a word. I could say so many things and they will not respond.
Of course not. Supposed to talk to that person, but that person, I just haven't had the words or the spoons to give out. Because if I go off, I'm probably not gonna shut up.
But you know what it is, right? So for me, I'm more mad at like the things that they do than anything that was said to me. You know?
I just
Like
don't understand why why DEI is racist when it really did not benefit us. That's what I'm trying to figure that out. Because not diversity, equity, and inclusion doesn't just mean race. It could also mean
Uh,
um, it could also mean people with disabilities. You just have to remember those things too. Oh,
Yeah, bet
LGBTQIA.
if you don't. Oh,
so why do you feel the need to just start talking when someone is
Because he's
talking?
white. Because he's white. That's what they do. They have no decorum, no home training. The thing is when black people
are
stop
you fucking
raising
kidding me?
white
You're
people,
taking
yep,
this to
yep,
right.
hold on. Yeah, be quiet. So when black people, the mammies, stop raising white people's kids, this is the result of that. And the school pewers, too.
Couldn't even wait for you to finish. So
Actually, I was
vibrate.
for them to finish, but they're
So, Sidrate, before you proceed, can you give us your age and race?
Drunk. He's drunk.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They come up here, have their liquid courage. You know, that's what they do. It doesn't fail because it doesn't fail because back in the day, white tea men would come home drunk and beat on their wives. Now
back in the day, what
it's
in the
because they don't have no wife.
1905s?
No, get your
So
words right. Stop slurring. Stop slurring, sir.
okay, 1965 is bad.
Sir, you don't have to yell. Why are you yelling? You're mad aggressive. Just go home and beat on the wife and the kids. That's what they do when they drink. That's what is in their nature to do so. He's probably over there yelling at himself. Just sitting there yelling. Nobody listening to you because you on mute, sir. Go ahead, keep talking to yourself.
It's like the other guy, he didn't start yelling until he failed that test.
He said,
I've
God
never
is great.
seen that happen before.
Oh, yeah. Of course. You know, they like to come on troll accounts. Because, again, y'all, these are our lawyers, our doctors, our teachers, our postmen, our milkmen, our delivery drivers. These are those people that are coming on here with their troll accounts so they can be racist, so they can get off on it. Probably still over there yelling. That's how I know. That's exactly how I know he drunk. Because white tea people get off mute in a quickness. Especially you talk over somebody that's black. Especially that. It's going to be up here all day. Hopefully he's at home safe without his car keys. People gonna come up here and be like, why is that man up here not saying nothing because he's drunk? He's probably gonna pass out soon. Ain't gonna remember not a damn thing in the morning.
You know, like, I try not to laugh, right? But it's funny.
Because we deal with a lot of them. They come up here because they're not brave enough to come up here sober. A lot of them do, but a lot of them don't. And it's called liquid courage for a reason. They can get the guts to come up here and say racist things. But I wish somebody would do it and turn their camera on while they're doing it. That would show that you have guts.
Man, what?
That fool down.
Gosh, man, that's. But can you just imagine being so miserable that you have to go into spaces just to troll?
Or go abuse other people. You're that miserable that you have to verbally abuse people, physically abuse people, you know. Yeah. And half of these people that don't even know what DEI is, it's actually DEIA. It's diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility.
Like, how do you have an opinion on something that you know nothing about?
This one white tea man said it was direct employment information. That's what he said. I was like, are you serious? And had an opinion on it. Ooh, Lord. He said, "What did you say, sir?" I made him say it twice. He said, "Direct employee information." Like, what is going on with the world today? And this man was like 50, 60 years old.
I remember in CB's live, I was asking, so, okay, what's the issue? And he started talking about an affirmative action. Didn't even know the difference.
That's the thing. They don't know the information on it. They just be voting for people and they don't know that this person could be a detriment to their living circumstances. But also, why are you guys complaining about something that has been abolished? Why is that?
Because they realized that it had no impact on us. So they thought that by getting rid of affirmative action, that it would prevent Black people from gaining admission.
Successful
But
and
what they're
being
seeing
successful.
is that more Black people are getting admitted.
That's the thing. The thing is they think that it's just a handout, but we're smart people. We're intelligent. We work hard. We don't look for handouts. It's the exact opposite. So when they're talking, saying that about us, you guys are projecting. I mean,
Zadre's been
literally,
really
they
quiet.
had, because he's drunk. I told you he's drunk, and he doesn't. He probably passed out, or he doesn't. He thinks that he's talking still, but I'm sure he's drunk.
Reminds me of Will.
God, let's not even talk about him.
I have not
I
seen
remember we were
one.
I seen him on one panel, but that was when I was scrolling down and I wasn't in the live, but I seen him. Of course, it was a Black person's panel, probably his roommate's panel or something.
Yeah, I have not seen him at all. Like, I remember, like, I was scrolling one time, and he was hosting a live, and he was drunk. And he ended up falling asleep. So I took a screenshot.
You would with your messy ass.
Do you know how messy I am, right? So on one of my panels, right, Freedom, before he blocked me, was calling Des a white woman.
That
I don't either.
like that at
And
all.
especially because he did it in defense of a white man, right? That makes it even worse. And so I actually have that live recorded and posted on YouTube. So if I really wanted, I could go to YouTube and grab it.
They make you mad enough.
Mm-hmm. I'm a Virgo. I'm very petty.
I just, ooh, good Lord.
You know, it's erasing somebody's Blackness is one thing, right? But then on top of that, to deliberately misgender them as well.
But the thing is this is this is proving the point that people within the LGBTQIA are transphobic and homophobic.
Mm-hmm.
Proving the point.
That's why I get annoyed when people outside of the community say that we're all unpacking. No, we are not. And I know in that particular case, what I noticed was, have you noticed that when he's speaking, he will say, I'm a trans man, and then afterwards say, I'm transitioning?
No, I've never noticed that.
Mm-hmm. Fawning to the oppressor. Like, look at me, I'm transitioning, I'm one of the good ones. And then never, ever, ever use the correct pronouns for people, especially people that are like non-binary. John, what the hell happened in your live yesterday?
When?
Yesterday.
In there yesterday. I was in there yesterday, but
Were you there when Maceo came in?
oh no. No. Oh no. Oh no.
Well, somebody, I got something to say, right? So, you know my stance on this because I've said this before, right? I don't like it when Black people defend white people against other Black people.
Yes.
That is my stance.
Well, of course. So, the thing is we all know that white people are all racist. But the thing is, if you still choose to hang out with them and people are saying things about them, don't defend them. They already know that this is happening. This is going to happen. So why do you feel the need to defend? Just let it happen. You can listen, but we know how white people's behavior is. So why do you have to defend it when we all know that this is true?
Because I tell you the truth, I've actually seen a number of times where Black people are arguing in your comment section, you know, defending white people. Oh, but this person is not racist because they've unpacked.
Well, you know
Right.
that our community has issues too. Yeah.
So
We have issues. We can't walk around like we're perfect.
I think I did catch a little bit of that. So I think Maceo was criticizing me and then he got blocked. Correct?
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
But you heard about it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
You
that's what
messy?
happened.
Well, I know you messy.
I mean, I responded to him like, yeah, you're right. And then I don't know what else happened. And then, yeah, I think he got blocked.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, I
Yesterday,
don't.
I don't know if Grammy reached out to you about who I said dropped me yesterday or the day before, whichever one it was.
No, I don't think so. Who dropped you?
This is one of your mods. Starts with the D and then the R and then a dot.
Gotcha.
I knew it.
How I knew that was every one of the mods that were down in the comments said, it's not me, Grammy, Rexy, it's not me. And I'm looking down and I'm like, okay, there's one more mod. That mod didn't say anything.
Okay.
And they did that and they did that. They used to do that in MySpace. They did that another time with another panelist and another live that I was in. So yeah, and but that time was the difference was that person was on the panel. They dropped them and then quickly dropped themselves.
Okay.
They did it in my space, right? And then so when I started going live, right? And so I realized that I had too many moderators that had too many powers, right? So what I did is that I took away the powers of everybody and just sort of restarted because I needed to see, which mods would be the most suitable. And so because I did that, he took it personally and blocked me.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really,
Fine, just
like I
I'm
personally
not
don't,
trying
if
to.
people block me, they block me, but don't do all of that and then make out you blocked me because I did something to you.
You just have to. I'm not trying to tell you how to run your space, but just be mindful of people doing that, kind of um, abusing their powers.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was brought up there to talk to, I think it was Sue or whatever, and then I was dropped. So
Before you
immediately
even spoke?
before, remember, yeah, but no, you actually walked away. Grammy and Rexy were up there, and she was Rexy or not Rexy. I went up there, and when I got up there, everybody was all talking all at the same time, but I was still trying to talk to Sue.
Mm-hmm.
Because they brought me up there because I wanted to let you guys know that Sue has been in other Black Lives antagonizing Black people in the comments. And because everything was going on, instead of, dropping the person that was up there really causing the chaos, they dropped me instead.
Mm-hmm. I could, yeah. Okay. I think I remember because I came back and I think I asked where you were. I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that was that person. Because I'm like, really? I just got up there. I was brought up there.
mm-hmm. Okay. I will talk to him. Have a discussion.
Oh, Macio's here.
Oh no.
Hi,
Yeah,
Macio.
hey, yeah, I got a question. If somebody's holding a space for YT people to address YT people, why do they need black mods?
Um, I don't know. I didn't think why not.
Why
Um,
would you? Like, if I have a
well,
space for black people to address black people, why would I bring YT people? Why would I have them
I
modded?
think I thought that if I had all YT people, it would seem pretty,
It would
like
seem like that's the purpose of the live for white T people to address white T people, but you have black people doing the labor for you because you and your mods don't know nothing.
okay. Um, I just people that I've been mutuals with for years, and some of
Yeah,
them are
you
my
got them
mods.
doing labor for you because y'all can't hold your own space, even though your space is allegedly for YT people to address YT people.
Hmm.
So why are black people even involved in the first place?
Um, because they're just I don't know, they're my mutuals, and I trust them.
Because they're your mammies. You didn't even know Triple OG was AAVE, right? But you have an issue with YT people using AAVE. You don't know nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, dismiss it.
I'm not dismissing it. I hear what you're saying.
No, you don't, because when I said it yesterday on your panel, you let your white mods dismiss it.
Well, I said that you were right, and then I won't use
I
that
brought up
anymore.
when I brought up the black mods. What was said? Oh, he's fragile, right?
I'm not sure.
You were on stage. It was your panel.
At that.
I'd have to look at the recording again. One of them said I was fragile for questioning why there is black mods in a space for YT people to address YT people.
That's not okay. Oh, it
See,
was a
that's
No.
white.
what.
You said a white T mod.
Yeah, I can. Give me a second. That is at top
Big
right.
box.
Whoever this is at the top right, that's who said I was fragile for
I can't
questioning that.
see. You
Oh,
might
that's
have to move out the
Grammy.
way a little bit. Oh.
I don't use the word fragile.
Oop.
Wasn't me.
Oh, that was Grammy. I can. That's who's in
Yeah,
the
I
top
said top
right.
right, not top left.
Looking in the comments. Mm.
Yeah, so this is more another example of YT people exploiting black people for a platform and gain under the guise of deconstruction. Y'all are no different than Nuggets. Y'all are no different than Jeff and them over at Public Space. It's the same old story. If you're deconstructing, black people don't need to be involved in that at all. Y'all created the issue. What you coming to black people for? Henry Ford created the Model T. What he need to ask me about how to fix it, right? He made it. What I'm going to tell him about his car that he made? What are black people going to tell you about the system you created and you benefit from that you don't already know? I can't tell George Lucas about Star Wars, can I?
Right.
But you still gonna do it, and they still gonna be goofy and go up there to labor for YT people because they're stupid too.
So, I mean, I know I said this before, like, but I feel like I need to say this again, right? So, I don't like it when when black people want to cuss out other black people, like in defense of white people, right? And I think that there needs to be some sort of there has to be a boundary, right? There just absolutely has to be a boundary there, because when you're talking to other white people, I got no problem with that. I don't feel like laboring. So if you want to talk to white people, but there's got to sort of, you have to have this boundary that's in place, right? Because we can't have, you know, black people fighting with other black people in defense of white people, even when the white people have not asked to be defended. That is a problem.
The fact is that also what's an issue is the people that they're defending don't even say a word and be like, you know what, I got this. They allow it to happen. That's Weird. That's weird. Very, very weird.
I remember not too long ago, maybe like I don't know exactly, maybe a month ago or something, but I remember just being in the chat, right? And there's this black woman. I've never seen her before, but she was like, John's not racist. Grammy's not racist. They've unpacked, blah, 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 blah. And she was arguing with another black woman, you know? And so I said something, right? Because it was going on for quite a while. And I said, look, like every white person is racist. No, but they've unpacked. We've had conversations. Yeah, May, she was arguing with you. Yeah, I do remember that. And it's like, even I think the last time that I was in there, I think what caught my attention was somebody said something like, name a white person that's not racist. And then the person in the comments said Rexy, right? And then they got corrected like really quickly, like, no, Rexy too, don't do that. So it's that I think that it needs to be established and it needs to be clear. No need to defend white people. No need to say that, oh, this white person is not racist, because then you understand that every white person is.
So make sure that you guys let them know that unpacking is a lifelong thing. You're going to be unpacking on your unalive bed. Nothing has changed. So how could you be continuing, or how can you fully unpack if the same circumstances are there? Same conditions for black people are still there.
Because they're not
Agreed.
unpacking, they're just talking. Again, like I said in every live. Oh, go ahead.
I think that some people, they will say things like, all white people are racist, but they don't really believe that. Because then if they did, they wouldn't say things like, I've unpacked. That it's a lifelong thing. That you're going to say or do racist things. If somebody asks you if you're racist, you're not going to say, I'm inherently racist. You're going to say yes, because you understand what it means to be racist.
Yeah, I don't like that inherently word. I hate it. I think it's a buffer, it's a cushion. So white people are okay with stating, that they're racist. I don't like that word. And anytime any black person says, oh yeah, they're inherently racist. No, just racist. Just racist.
Rexy, what are your thoughts?
On which part? Where do you want me to start? Maceo, I hear you, but we've also done it where it's just white people, and then we shouldn't be doing it without black people. So I would say we're kind of at a crossroads, like which way is the right way? Because that's the way.
What is the purpose of the live?
I'm sorry?
What is the purpose of the live?
To try to get white people to open up their eyes that they're, even whether they're, honestly, I don't think there's much point in talking to, people that are maybe card carrying triple K people, because that's a whole nother level of psychological crap that none of us are certainly capable of dealing with. But the white people that go around and I don't hate anybody, I'm not racist, da 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 da.
You're not serious, man.
So I'm sorry, what?
Then you're not serious, because you're saying you're not even equipped to deal with blatant racist.
Well, no, blatant racists and triple K people.
Are the same thing.
There's a little bit of a cult factor. That's why there really is like actual therapists that have to deal with people that leave the triple K, because there is the cult factor there, like the literal cult factor.
So you're unequipped to even have that conversation, period, because what they believe is what you all inherently believe. They're just more demonstrative about how they express it.
I don't know if I agree wholeheartedly with that. Um,
So what's the difference between your racism and theirs, besides how they display it?
I mean, like I said, with the cult factor, there's an additional like cult
Ideology.
mentality.
But that's the thing. Racism is racism, Rexy. It's
Oh
still,
no, I agree with that.
you guys are still have a common goal. Still to, mistreat and put black people down and, give them hell. It's still the same thing.
So what's worse, manipulating black people or being violent towards black people?
Neither of them.
And both of them.
All racism is violent. I don't.
Okay, so what exactly? So I'm going to ask the question again. How are you any different then?
It's not about me being different. It's about having the like literal, like clinical psychological training to deal with somebody who is legitimately in a cult
You're missing my
or a
question
T group, I
completely.
should say. Well, no, I was gonna go on. So our goal in John's life is to just start waking people up, well, white people.
And what do black people have to do with that?
Like I said, we've tried it both ways. So I mean, I don't know that. I don't think that black people have to be involved.
Yes, they do because y'all got them modded. And they on the panel. And they're arguing with other black people, but y'all don't have an issue with that. So again, what's different between you and Triple K?
I don't know because no matter which way we try it, it's
Well,
there's
see, if your
Have you
see, if
tried?
your goal, go ahead, go ahead.
Have you tried doing anti white supremacy work outside the app? It seems like that's all you guys do is do it on the app. Is it less rewarding going to the captain of your police department, your governor, your city council, your educational districts? Why are you guys on here? That's all I want to know because the arguments I've listened to you guys. Matter of fact, I've ended up blocking some of you, because all you're doing is regurgitating the same things that we say, our arguments. And then some of the times I'll listen to you and you'll recommend a book, and I can tell you haven't even opened that book. You guys are exploiting anti-racism. That's what you're doing. You don't want racism to end because if racism end, you wouldn't have a platform. Y'all are the most laziest group of quote unquote deconstruction people I have ever seen in my life. And I don't even believe you scratched the surface of your deconstruction. All you did is learn a few things and say, oh, let me show how smart I am. You guys have a perpetual competition with each other. And that's what you guys need to deconstruct. Because all you're doing is you're creating more viruses just like you. Pretend people that are exploitive. The John Browns is what we call it in Whitebeaties. Because it's disingenuous. You don't really want to deconstruct. You just want to appear. And because you can appear to deconstruct to the lowest common denominator within your demographic, you're good. You don't have to do the work. Y'all don't do shit but exploit our oppression and divert support and resources from other platforms that are actually doing the work and have done the work. You guys are disgusting. You guys are literally disgusting. You guys make me
What
sick. You really make me sick because y'all don't do shit but exploit us in another way.
what would be interesting to me, go tell all of your black mods, since this is a YT space for YT people to address racism within the white community, we no longer need you to be modded in this space and see what the reaction gonna be.
I think I would get a ton of backlash for not having any black mods.
Why would you care though? If your whole goal is for white people to address white people, what you care?
Yeah.
Or is the issue you won't have your help anymore?
Black people elevate you guys out of your demographic. That's how it makes you feel, that you are smarter, you have the higher moral standing. So that's why you have black mods and black, and it's, street cred. I got black friends, I got black mods. That's what that is.
CB, when we have discussions about black issues, an in-house issue, what do we typically do when non-black people come around?
Get Well, throw them out. Get rid of them. Ask, if they come up to the panel, ask them why they're there, or you know what I mean. Just get rid of them. I've seen us drop them. Mostly block them as well. And you're talking just about randoms, not people that are doing. Which ones are you talking about? The ones that are doing the deconstruction lives?
Well, that too. Like if it's a black issue, an in-house issue, then non-black people shouldn't even be privy to it.
Yep.
But for some reason, they feel like black people need to be privy to a white in-house issue.
Yeah.
But they still gonna do what they gonna do.
And it's just really, because when I first got on here a couple years ago, I was like, oh, look, these people are really doing the work out there. But it's disappointing that they haven't done their own history and realize they're doing the same exact thing that their predecessors were. John Brown was not about, he didn't care about slavery. He really didn't. It was a moral standing between white people. That's what that was. Think there's a couple white women on that frequent your spaces that actually have black children, and specifically black daughters, and it's despicable that none of them even bring up SB 7354. That's just disgusting. Like this bill actually impacts their daughters, and none of them are doing anything. However, it's historic though. White women have never fought for their black children or the black men that they lie up with. So I think that's really disgusting.
Heard me, myself, and I got called out on your panel. Is that true,
On mine?
Mister? No,
Oh yeah,
his.
No,
yeah.
on
She would
mine.
never
Yeah.
be in my life.
Yes.
Huh? What was
Yes.
that about? What was that about?
She had gone into a black woman's space where she was having a discussion with uh, two racist, probably white supremacists, and there was a black man up there with her, and they were, talking to these two white supremacists, and she had they said something about um, child support, and I guess when I guess she ended up going at saying stuff to the black man about his child support instead of going after, instead of saying addressing the white supremacists.
Oh wow.
Because I guess it was something where he said something about his child support was all paid in full and this and that, and I guess he had overpaid and got some back. He got a check back, and she criticized the fact that he got a check back instead of
So
like,
she,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, instead
So
of
she
going up.
criticized the fact that he paid his child support.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah, that's what she did. like basically saying like like what do you want an award for paying your child support was basically what she gave off.
Wow.
Yep, and then yeah, I dropped her as a mod, and that was it. Yep.
How much time have you two spent deconstructing, and what inspired you to start that your deconstruction?
Um, what inspired me was I don't know the racist. Oh, I do know the racist family members, the racist people in my neighborhood, the friends, and I just saw it as disgusting. I didn't understand, the racist stereotypes, the racist jokes that I grew up hearing. I just thought it was unacceptable, and just started learning more the older I got, and been reading and learning and listening and paying attention, and
So
that's it.
how
I
long
hope.
have you been deconstructing?
Um, I mean, I don't know as far as. Sorry about that. As far as officially deconstructing, I'm not exactly sure. Um,
What have you deconstructed?
um, I've I have read a lot to try to debunk racist stereotypes, and then talk about that a lot, because I think the racist stereotypes and the racist jokes fuel white supremacy. So yeah, and growing
So
up.
getting people just to stop saying the jokes. See, I think what I'm trying to help you understand is I don't, and I think a lot of us don't believe you've even scratched the surface. Reading a book, reading 10 books, reading 20 books isn't even scratching the surface. Have
Mhm.
you dealt with your right to comfort? Have you dealt with your patriarchy? Have you dealt with your right to authority and power? Have you dealt with deconstructed any of that? Have individualism? Because when you read some of those books, I don't even know if you're reading some of my books, but the books that I'm reading, but a lot of the books, especially written by white scholars, offer you comfort, and it doesn't give you the full part of it. Have you gone to mental therapy, cognitive behavior therapy,
I
to
have
help you
not.
change your mindset? Because that I believe that's one part of deconstruction, because it's emotionally triggering, and you need to know how to manage your emotions when you read these books and have these
Mhm.
conversations. I just don't think you guys are qualified to have these conversations with people. And but again, you guys do have the white ego, and you learn a few things and think you're qualified. One of the racists that created whiteness, they wrote 15-page dissertations and were doctorates. So it's very disappointing to see people who have not really touched the surface of deconstruction, but can parade around as they did.
Okay.
I don't even I it's like, and no matter how many times we tell you guys that you guys are causing more harm than good, y'all do not care. You would never ever shut down your platform if black people told you to, because it was harmful to us. You would never do that. That is the last thing you're going to do. Because like I said, you guys aren't doing anything outside of TikTok. Y'all aren't doing nothing. Not at all.
CB, I would believe this whole deconstruction nonsense if the so-called anti-racists matched the January 6th energy. If racism is so bad and y'all are so angry and upset, go take down the government. YT people tried to overthrow the government because they lost one democratically held election. I think racism is a far worse issue than y'all losing one election.
Mm-hmm.
Go into that police station, go up into Congress, tell them why you're there, and deconstruct.
I mean, I think
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're angry enough. um, and because black people have stepped back, it's up to y'all. We're not doing nothing no more. That's over and done with. Because with you guys, y'all could go to protest and not have the National Guard on you, or get pepper sprayed, or the fire hose on you, or dogs sicken you. You guys can literally go there and y'all are okay. They don't need all that extra. They don't have helicopters over above you watching you. Like, y'all could do it and get away with it, as you could see with January 6th. It's not up to us anymore. We don't have
Well,
the
and I
power.
think if you guys actually learned your history, you would see who were the ones that were I'm not talking about slavery at all or black people, but when poor white people, the majority, got angry, they got what they wanted for the
Revolution.
most part. Well, yeah, but I'm talking about America too. The way that they resist the government in the past and basically has the government falling to their knees. It's it, it's something that you guys needed to look into and use that energy to fight racism. But I don't, like I said, you guys haven't. You guys haven't done your history, read your books, saw your behavior, identified your white supremacy tactics and behaviors. It's not a surprise that you guys want to, and this goes to all the ones that even have million followers. What's his name? Orangey. He's one of them too. Um, but you guys are only looking for opportunities to to elevate yourself, to get acclimates, to be praised. That's all that is. And you decide you don't recognize it.
What is Browns Bay talking about? Yeah, I've never said it's not our problem. What we're saying is black people don't need to be in the conversation if people are having discussions of YT people addressing YT people. What black people got to do with that? We weren't there when they created the system. They didn't ask us nothing. Unless y'all can pull some historical black figures that were right there in the room when they said, yeah, this is what we're going to do. These people are black, we're YT, these people are Asian, and this is the hierarchy. Were black people in it on that meeting? No.
No, never. They have always made decisions for us.
And you're right, Maceo. But the sad truth that I'm noticing is they would never be able to do it. They would never be able to do it. There's no way. They have so much right to comfort, their individualism, their fight over power. They would destroy themselves before they would end racism. If they had to just stick with themselves, they would never be able to uh, get past dismantling their own crap. They would be fighting to for someone to be in control, dividing. That's their thing, is always dividing.
That's why they fighting right now against each other. I mean, we just watching it happen.
Hey, don't drink it.
Something, if I can, y'all.
Yeah.
feel like they need to hang it up at this point because a lot of them, including John Brown, y'all use the same talking points y'all been using since I've been on this app, hearing y'all talk. Nothing new. Y'all, I've seen y'all get talked into circles by black people, white people, people from all type of communities, and it's embarrassing because it's like you can't convey the message properly because you don't truly know what you're talking about. You only know the surface level stuff to get you by in black spaces. So it's like just hang it up because there's no reason that you're having these conversations, you're getting talked in circles, you're having these conversations, you're still using the same talking points from a year, 2 years ago. And I'm not talking about your prompts, I'm talking about your rebuttals, the things that you say in response, or even trying to explain these things to white tea people. Like it's deeper than that. On top of that, these conversations they get, oh, like I'm getting so sick of hearing white tea people talking about, oh, we have conversations, we having conversations, we talk about it. What, how much more talking is it, baby? It don't take us that much talking. It takes one conversation, one word from a black person, one look, a nod, and it's that. So I don't understand this. Oh, I'm going to keep conversating for 400 plus years, 300 years, 200 years, the next 30, 40, 50 years. Like, how many more conversations are y'all going to have? And then you're not having the conversation right. So what's the point? At this point, you're doing it to be performative, to, you know, you're not one of them. You're one of the good ones at this point. And that's really how I feel. Because again, a lot of y'all only talk about surface level stuff, and then it's the same shit every time, the same responses every time, the same breakdown every time. It's like, do you even really care?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
So
I do.
would you continue to hold your spaces if no black people came at all? Like not in the
Yes.
comments, not on stage, nothing.
Yes. I asked to talk to white people. Yeah.
Be able to do that because you're not equipped to. Because again, I have seen you personally get talked in two circles on your own panel, even outside of your panels, and it's like, yeah, no, that's not okay. So it's like, what are you going to be having conversations about other than black on black crime or the stereotypes about black people that we all know about? We know it's wrong, so it's not too much conversation that should be had around it.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. Um. Not too sure.
So
Is
you
it
gonna
that
tell me
y'all
like
really
you
deconstruct?
gonna demod them people?
I'm sorry.
Are you going to demod those black people that don't need to be there or not?
I gotta think about it. I don't know.
What's there to think about?
Because if I do that, I mean, people will come at me too for dropping
We
all my
coming
black
at you now,
bombs.
so what's the difference? What's the difference? We coming at you now.
John, you're gonna
It
have
sound,
to
it sound
learn
like
how
you
to
want an
stand.
excuse. You
Exactly.
want an excuse to keep black people around. That's all it sound like.
And you're gonna have to stand 10 toes down. I mean, you got to be able to tell people no. If you are afraid of backlash, then you don't need to be in this. You really don't. And it's okay. You can be respectful. I mean, if they don't understand, that they don't understand. But you got to put your foot down. You got to pull up them britches. Okay.
Hey, John Brown. Hey, Space family with everybody. I just have a question. Hey, okay. I've met people in my actual community, at least where I was from, that used to watch John Brown. It was white women, and they started leaning back in what we were doing because they understood that they're doing too much in our movements. So in real life, I saw him. Well, I don't know him, but that's what actually made me go and research this man because white women was speaking on, yeah, we are, we up in our like a problem, and they were actually working on themselves. So, John, I have a question for you. Are you doing anything in your community outside of just talking with us?
Not really, no.
Okay. Honesty.
So you
And I
see,
want to
you
tell him.
understand why you're dangerous because you're
Well,
not
I mean, I want to
genuine.
tell him that in Ohio, Toledo, Ohio, older white women are listening to you, and they are actually coming out and not making it all about them. So there was some good. Thank you.
Yeah, well, white women tend to get into a mood. These are moods they get into. And yeah, that threw me off. That threw me off.
So I have a question, right? I'm looking at the screenshot, right? And the very last comment, please let me cuss him out. How I understand that he was dropped or blocked, right? But how would that have been dealt with? Because surely you're not going to have a black woman cuss out a black man in a white space.
I probably would have just dropped the panel.
Your mod that called me fragile.
I didn't hear it.
You heard it. You was on stage. We all heard it.
All right, TT, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, how is your lives deconstructing white tea people when they hear it from black people exactly what you're saying? They don't take it in. So, like, or if we say it a pitch higher, they don't take it in. So, isn't that like literally unfolding all the work that you're doing? If they hear it from a tone from a black person, they don't want to take it in.
I mean, we kind of like accepted that they're more willing. They are more willing to listen to other white people. Yes, that's, I guess, part of their racism. So, I
But
mean, that's why I try to
no, I
mostly
feel
have.
it's the coddling, y'all. Like, I don't know, like, it's the coddling. They like to hear from y'all because y'all coddle them, because y'all bring them back to back so they can display their racism every single day. That's why they're comfortable. That's why they take it in. I feel like, me personally.
Yes, including me. Yes, absolutely. Um, yeah, I think that might coddling might be part of it. Yeah, maybe maybe that's why they. I don't know.
Go set a police station on fire or something. Be useful. Okay, like I'm sick of this,
Wait,
man.
John, how long you been on TikTok? Has it been years?
A couple years, like 3 years. Yeah.
And you haven't did nothing outside of talking about deconstructing for the black community? Like, nothing for 3 years?
Talking to people off the app, but that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so no outside work, just yapping, right?
Yep.
Pandering. The issue is the black people that support this garbage. Like the mammies he be having up there.
Facts.
And I don't care how anybody feel about me saying that.
That's
Because
the
they
work they're
literally was about to
that's the
fight
work they're
black
doing.
people. Yeah, they was literally about to argue and fight black people for him. What you call that? I mean, I see them get more serious about losing a football game. Let Ohio State lose to Michigan and watch how much they deconstruct that city.
They be wrecking people's cars, set things on fire. Ooh, Lord.
Did y'all see those Philly neighborhoods after the
My
Super
God, I was gonna
Bowl?
send you a
Yes, I
video
remember that.
today. I was gonna. It
Yo,
was
they
this
was
white T boy. He goes to them games and troll whoever lose or whatever. He was in Philly, and when I tell you, he was scared, face turning red. He couldn't troll Philly. He could not troll them. He could not troll them. They was having him out his body. He didn't know what to do.
So y'all lose a football game, cars set on fire, buildings broke into, fights, riots. But racism, we just gonna go on TikTok. We gonna deconstruct nicely, calmly, professionally, all of that. And black people fall for this. Now, what's going to be interesting is when black people that support this nonsense hear him say, "I've done nothing in 3 years." That's what I want to see happen. I want to see what they say when their leader, their golden leader, who said, "I've been on the app 3 years and done nothing in my community to address these issues." What they gonna do then? Stick beside them?
This is crazy, knowing damn well it's outside work to do. Like, you know this. This is something that you know because you talk about it every damn day. And you sitting on this app just yapping like for 3 years is crazy.
Lotus wanted to say something.
first off, hey everybody. First off, um, I was just looking at the prompt here. Um, did something in particular happen, or is there some buffoonery once again going on?
Just more buffoonery. I
Um,
stumbled into that dumpster fire of a live they have, and I'm like, why are black people up here if it's a white space for white T people to address white T people? And people lost their damn mind.
oh, because I can say that I be going in on white folks. I don't be caring. Folks be knowing I be going in on them, and they be flipping out and crashing out and all kinds of crap. So, because what you're not going to do is make it seem like black folks are victims and black folks are lazy and black folks are this and black folks are that, and then try to pivot away from their own uh, 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 transgressions and their own violent behaviors and try to make it seem like it's just black people doing it. And you know, they're just trying to live, and why should they deconstruct and why should they do anything, when, there's black on black crime and the black community needs to concentrate on that. I'd be like, boy, bad, now I'm about to go in, I'm about to flame you. So there's that. I don't know how many times I got kicked off of stuff. So I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, like I don't get that. Like, if you 3 years to talk about only the black community and you don't want to talk about none of your community. You don't want to talk about what y'all got going on in y'all community. The stats that y'all have going on in y'all community. You just want to talk about deconstructing racism is crazy.
And what's insane to me, which I have noticed, is that when the discussion of deconstructing racism arises, uh, um, they tend to have this tendency to get extremely defensive. Some of them people, but some folks don't even know what it means, and I'm looking like, bro. And my question would be, which I never really got a definitive answer to, is why should they deconstruct something that they constructed that is beneficial to them in the end analysis? Why should they?
Don't make
I
no
mean,
sense.
it doesn't make sense. Not at all. Because again, it's beneficial across the board. From that's why, people can laugh about it if they want to, but it's the truth. Right now, especially here in America and anywhere where it's YT dominated, they have the complexion from the collection and they have the protection. And that's just what that is. I don't care how you slice it. Every which way we talk about white privilege, you know,
the fact that they can get defensive when you call them out on it. When they get defensive, when you call them racist, you get defensive when you talk about how, they're being performative and how, there's no such thing as allyship. They get defensive when you talk about white feminism and how it has basically segregated quote unquote feminism in America between the races of women in America. Every time you call them out on something, it's just that they will go to war for it because they understand that psychologically as well as consciously and subconsciously, they know they have that benefit. They can use that benefit to their advantage. And again, that's why we have the discussion about allyship versus being an accomplice. Because again, allyship, in my opinion, is nothing more but being performative and saying, hey, look at me, I did this today, but then go on and be silent about real issues, be standoffish when it comes to things that are very, very uncomfortable. Which is why there is this underlining distrust in the black community towards white people, because now you have to wonder, what is the end game? What is the intent? What is the reasoning behind them going forth? And then you get this, like what we saw on Race to Dinner. We were talking about when we were talking about performativism, uh, uh, you know, of being able to say, well, I'm not racist and I'm not this. Why do you call me this and this, that, and the third? What have you done to fight racism? Like, I had a white T woman tell me, well, I did something. What did you do? I voted for Kamala. What? Is that supposed to make me feel warm and fuzzy inside? What? I don't understand.
And it's the tap dancers in the comments saying that he done something when he's on here on 4K telling us that he have done nothing.
Ooh.
So come up here and tap with y'all chest, please, and get ate up.
That is wild.
What they saying in the comments? I can't.
It's an old head down there. I'm not doing it. Like, I don't care. I don't.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, where did I say anything disrespectful to you?
Was disrespectful. That's where it started.
Because
Like I said in the comments, the tapping was disrespectful. That's where the disrespect started.
At tapping? As in you're saying I'm tap dancing?
Tapping is you be on these debate lives every day, Buki. You know what tapping is.
Okay, see, I'm not going
Are
to
you
do
here to
this thing with
defend
you.
him or not? Are you here to defend him?
Okay, so
John,
I'm not going to be
could you
allowed to
tell
speak my
Libra?
scene.
Hold on. Could you tell Libra again what you just told us, that in 3 years you ain't done nothing outside the app?
True. Yes.
So
go defend that, Libra. Defend it.
So see, here's the thing. During this whole thing that's been going on with him here, I was here when he said he didn't do anything. I was right here in the comments when he said it.
And continue to tap.
So, ma'am, look, if you don't want to hear what I have to say,
I'm on you. Go ahead.
See, I'm not going to, hey, John, this is the thing when it comes to doing your lives. This is the thing. You normally have your lives and you make sure repeatedly to tell us as black people to not hop up on the panel because you're trying to do this white on white thing. And on occasion, you let us up. And that's why whenever I do come up, I get in, say something, and I get out because I know that's what you're doing. You're doing this YT on YT thing. So I don't say anything. And I don't know what's happened in the last 24 to 48 hours that you're getting called to the carpet like this. But at least you're sitting there taking it versus what other people will tend to do. So
are you going to address him saying that he's done nothing outside of talk on the app? That's the question I have.
Came up here to tap like he usually do. He's a
I
buffer.
want
Like
to
he was.
hear what he
oh,
say.
look, it's my favorite person who likes to
Don't start with me.
disrespect me.
With
You're
your
my
old
favorite
ass.
tapper.
Don't start with me.
so
Don't start with me with your old fat ass. Cause
So,
your ass,
so
but
See,
your ass
this is
love to
what
buffer
happens.
for other
yeah,
I
this is
got
motherfuckers.
a
called up
black old
here.
head who has proximity to
I got
whiteness,
called
who
up
is a
here. I didn't ask
Yeah,
coon.
to
you
come up.
old fat
I got
bastard.
called up. I
Can
have
y'all can
never
y'all let him
disrespected
answer?
you the way you do this with me. I've never called you out of your name, and
Okay,
I'm
I
not
didn't
Fuck,
about
call you
to
a
now.
name.
motherfucker.
For
I
some
don't give a
reason, you're
fuck.
stuck on this, and
I
all
didn't
of
call
that's
you a
been
name.
settled.
I
You're
asked you to
still.
address what he said. I didn't
I'm
call you nothing.
addressing him. I'm addressing him.
Okay, so address
Nothing.
what he said
Nothing.
about he's done nothing.
Nothing I'm going to say is going to matter here because you have two people who've already made up their minds about who I am, what I am, regardless of
Okay,
what I might do.
so don't worry
So,
about
But you
it.
but
Just
you
chose us.
called me up here.
oh,
I didn't ask to come up.
Jesus.
Y'all called me up, so I came up.
Cause it
So,
was happening in the
he
chat.
doesn't do it.
Hold, hold,
Keep
hold on a second. Hold on
again.
a second. So Libra, here's my thing. Just like you said, nothing that you can say is going to change their mind. Nothing that they say to you is going to change your mind. At this particular point, uh, uh,
It,
you were asked a question, and the question needs to be answered. Don't worry about what the ladies are talking about. Answer the question about why John has admittedly said he does nothing outside of the app. That's what we're concentrating on. Don't worry about all the other riffraff. That's a distraction. Concentrate and focus on what is being asked of you.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care if John has
Your
done
big
anything
ass
off the
come
app.
up.
Let
See,
him
look.
So
talk.
if you don't care
See,
one way or the other, why did you accept the invite to come up? I don't understand. If you don't care one way or the other.
He wanted to cyber slurp like he always do. That's why I
Oh
be eating your ass
Lord.
up every time we come in contact because
ma'am,
you did it with
ma'am,
the
you literally do
anti-black
nothing but
indigenous
talk over
woman,
me.
Lady Bird, and now you doing it with this white motherfucker that's been
You
playing on the
literally
app
do
for three,
nothing
four
but
years.
talk
That's
over
your
me.
big
That's
ass
all you
did.
do.
yeah,
Yes,
like how
that's
are
what you
you
do.
helping
Cyber
the
slurp.
community by not? How are you helping the black community by not giving a fuck about this man not doing outside work? When he gets on here every single day for 3 years and talk about the black community and deconstructing racism. You
He
care
talked
so
about
much about the black community, but you're not. You don't care.
he he talked about deconstructing racism with white T people. He doesn't talk about deconstructing racism with us. He talks to white T
So
people
What
why
about
do
does he
he
us.
have
do
black?
outside
Hold
the app, Libra? What do
why
he
does he
help
have
us with
black?
outside the app, Libra?
Why does he have black mods if
Until
he doesn't
today,
talk
I
to
had
black
no
people
idea what
about
he
it,
did
Libra?
outside that.
You just
I'm
said you didn't
sorry.
care though when you heard it.
Okay. So again, I don't cut you off. Y'all cut me off. So let me know when I can speak.
My question is, if black people aren't involved, why does he have black mods who come up on stage?
They're moderating his live at their choice. They're grown people to make that
Why?
decision because they want to moderate for him.
No, no, my question, if he as a white man wants to hold a space addressing YT people, white man want to address YT people, why are black people involved in the first place, Libra?
Why are they? Because they chose to be. I'm not a moderator for his live.
So
I don't
they
know why
are
they
they the
mod
ones that
for him.
control that live, or is it Johnny Brown live?
You're asking me about what somebody else's motivation is to do when I'm not doing that. I don't know why they moderate for him. I've never been a moderator for him. I've never asked to be, nor will I ever.
Is one
They
plus
with
one two?
races every single day if you just don't know nothing, Libra.
Why do you insult me when I've shown you nothing but respect, man?
He asked you
I
a simple
insult. I already
question.
told you where you disrespected me at. I don't know why you keep going over that. I don't know if it's a microaggression or I don't know, but I told you where you disrespected me at, and you continue to tap. So you're still disrespecting me at this point. So I can continue, right?
Do whatever you feel like.
So I think the
My
biggest
John,
problem
issue
with
is
Libra is you're not being completely honest. And a situation like this occurred earlier on last year,
oh,
well, mid last year,
bringing
in
up the past. Oh,
2024.
that's
Now you gonna talk over me and your bitch ass ran. That's the reason why I
no,
disrespect you. No, 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 no.
no, I didn't.
When that indigenous woman was very anti-black to an Afro-indigenous person, your ass jumped up to cyber slurp and take up for that shit. You didn't even acknowledge the fact that she was being anti-black. Now we're in the same situation. Now you want to play like somebody disrespecting you because they asking you a question or standing on business with you. That's my problem with you. Every time we have a situation, you quick to gather yourself or
Ma'am,
gather
you
your big
don't know
ass
me.
up to go
Ma'am, you don't
cyber
know me.
slurp or tap dance. I do
Ma'am,
know
you
your
don't
big
know
dick
me.
neck fuck. I know you.
You
We was
don't
in
know me. You
Kirby's
so far
server
have spent your
having a
time.
conversation,
You so
and
far
your
spent your
goofy
time
ass were
insulting me,
cyber
calling me
slurping an
everything else.
anti-black
But I've
indigenous
never
person.
come
Libra,
at.
Same
it's
shit
what
you
I'm
you're
still
doing
not
right
it's
coming
what
here.
you're
at you.
displaying
Stop
though. You're
lying.
What am
showing
I?
us.
What I'm displaying is I came up here. You notice John
To
has left now because now
Don't
I'm
nobody
the
give a fuck
target.
about John.
he left
Motherfuckers
because
on
Apparently
he
this
you
got
app
did
that's
you
been
because
on
you
on
this
had
here.
the
app.
whole
Clap for
live
him.
about him.
He no
You were
longer
having a
needs
Listen,
to
live
be here.
about
do
He
him
you
and you
has
think we give a
called
damn
me
Libra.
about
up.
this nigga
You
running?
were
Don't nobody
having
give a
a
fuck
live
about John
about
run. That's what the
him and
fuck.
you called
That's what
me
the
up.
fuck John do.
Respectfully,
John
I came up
run.
because you asked and I was answering
No,
questions. You make it
she
seem
called
as
you up
though
because you
I'm
kept
here
adding her in
defending
the
John,
chat.
and I've said nothing defensive about John.
That's what you
I've only
do.
described what he's
That's what you
done.
do.
I
John left
described
because
what
he
he did
has
in
his
his life, and that's
John
all
left
I've
because he
done.
has his
John
dancer
knows
up
what he's
here.
doing in his
John left
lives.
because he
He
has his
talks to
dancer up
YT
here.
people on
John no
his
longer
live. He
has to
doesn't even
defend
like
John
having
because
black
Libra
people up
is
in his
defending
live
John.
because
After John
he
wasn't
does
even
this all the
defending
time.
John, John was
I'm
taking the
not
heat,
defending
and
John
Libra
because
came up to
John is on his
defend
own and
John.
he knows this. John is on his own and he knows this. That's why he stood there and took it. So now he's left, and now the focus is
And
on
you
cussing
came
me
up
out
and
and
couldn't
calling
even
He
me
answer
took
another
it because
name.
he
Macio's
knew it was
I'm still
question.
not
right.
biting.
You couldn't even answer
But
Macio's
I
question. You
already
want to
answered the
dance
question. I
around
already answered the
and tap
question
dance
on John. I
around.
already said
You
what I
wanted
was
to
going to
dance
say.
around and tap
And
dance
so,
around, but you
with
couldn't
that
answer the
being it,
question.
I have no
Why you
longer
couldn't
any
answer
reason
Macio's
to be
question?
here. I don't have any questions to answer from you
Okay,
or
well then
her.
get your big ass
Answer
out of
Maceo
here. Fuck out of
question.
here.
Like you just came up here strictly to
Melanated,
tap and
so
that's
you,
it.
Melanated,
Good
can you
dancer,
drop me
good
from your
dancer,
life
good
so I don't
dancer,
ruin
Libra,
your
good dancer,
algorithm?
Libra. Now you can leave.
Get your
Is
fat
that all you
ass. Get
wanted?
out of here.
The fuck? Should be fucking swole with your big ass.
So, folks like the individual that just left, he literally tries to use the, oh, well, we should all love everybody. And, when it comes down to actually calling out racism, this is exactly what he does. And for John to, admit this, and I mean, it wasn't like he admitted this feeling bad. I mean, he was just real staunch and straight to the point. Yep, I don't do anything. That in itself should be like, okay, well, all the more reason you should stay away from him. And what's interesting is there was a YT woman. It was, when was that? I think it was in October or something of last year. He was on this YT woman's live and she was blasting him and another YT woman, because they were going back and forth and they were talking about different issues and they couldn't answer the question. And I'm looking like, so he got on his live to talk about it, and I jumped on his live, and I was like, well, why on God's green earth couldn't you answer any questions? He was like, well, I honestly didn't know. I was like, but you said what you said with your full chest, though. And it was like, well, I didn't know because it was the way that she worded it, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, it's not the way that they, what? And the crazy part about the whole thing is that if it was really about deconstructing racism, quote unquote, any person, especially a white person, that jumps up there, he should be able to say real quick about what they doing that's wrong, but he lets them just go on and on and on. And then when I go up there, like, I don't know how many times I done been up there and I have went back and forth. There was a couple of times I got kicked off. There's a whole bunch of times where he done got his live kicked out because of what I was saying. And I'm like, but what do you expect though? Because you can't deconstruct. And after what I heard today, it's not surprising. It absolutely is not surprising to hear him admit that he does zero outside this app. And it goes back to what I was saying. It's all performative. And it's all about, oh, look at me. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Naming all these different books for people to read and all these different documentaries for people to watch. But if he's not doing that, and if he's not going outside of out of these TikTok streets to do anything, then my question is, what is the purpose of him being up there in the first place other than to make a couple of cents a day? That's
But
that's the only thing that I can think of.
the real problem is the idiot Negroes that go up there and support it. They gonna do what they want to do. But he lied here. If he didn't have black people in that audience, black people modded, black people supporting, he wouldn't be talking about none of this shit.
No.
Hey, see, I'm gonna go a step
Understand?
further. I'm gonna go a step further. I called John Brown out 3 years ago. You feel me? Three
Hmm.
years ago, and the other black people that were involved in that conversation. I don't know if y'all know this, but he used to have nothing but white tea mods, and
Hmm.
those white tea mods gave. I think Grammy was one of them. I don't know if Rexy was, but Grammy was one of them. A few other white tea people, and what they would do is silence black people in the chat, block them, mute them, and so a lot of black people got upset and wanted to be mods as well. So I don't know what's going on with John Brand, but John Brand been called out a couple of times. They done ran him off
I
Okay.
his
didn't even
own
know that.
fucking live several times. But we can't forget that he had white mods in there silencing black voices. And what I have a problem with is the black people that's fighting so hard to be in his space. Why are y'all trying to help him out? Let him do his thing. Let
Exactly.
him sink his own ship.
Like the
Stop down
same
there
thing.
minding and doing all of that
The
craziness.
same thing that happened today is the same thing that happened when Maceo got into it with Nuggets, and we was all arguing with each other for an hour to 2 hours while Nuggets started her own live and was kikiing. Like John did not care. He did not care while we were sitting up here telling him all this stuff. He knows these things. He know he don't do things outside of this app.
He
You know he
openly
don't
said
talk
this
about
three
these
years
things
ago.
outside of this app. So it's just like no, like they do these things to divide us. We sat here and was arguing with that black man Libra because that's what they do. They befriend black people, the tap dancing ones, to argue with us.
Mm-hmm. That they do. So they could be able to
Libra
say,
is a
see?
buffer. He going if somebody is at home, if somebody black has been harmed in the space and he friends with the person that has harmed them, whether they black and anti-black, whether they white and anti-black or indigenous and anti-black. The one that I can remember that was not too long ago happened in Curvy's space, and then it was took off the app into a Discord where he was in a voice call and he started running. He started tapping. He never would address Lady Bird, and I'm gonna say her name because I ain't scared. Lady Bird being anti-black and getting mad because I called out her anti-blackness, and she started trying to flip it and say, well, you're anti-indigenous for calling me out. And then later on she apologized and he still didn't have nothing to say. He kept on making it seem as if we was disrespecting him because we were even approaching him with what he was doing. Like the same shit he was just doing here. I didn't disrespect you. Like it seemed like he got amnesia on the shit that he be saying. And when you bring him up to talk about it, oh, you disrespected me. I didn't disrespect you, but the whole time you have. And you sitting around buffering for these motherfuckers. That's why every time I see your thick neck ass, I'm gonna get on your ass. Disrespectfully, Libra. I
I'm
know you
starting to
somewhere
see like
watching.
they using us cussing white people out. They're using trying to make it seem like we're not having these conversations with them, and it's hard to talk to us. Regardless, we're treating them how they're supposed to be treated. I don't
Amen.
care what nobody say. They come up here every single day. They know what racism is, but they act like they don't know what it is. They base everything off of a dictionary. Like ain't nobody want to hear that every single day. So we're not going to be nicely and kind to them. They like Libra just tried to use that against Knotless. Here go my favorite person. Yeah, because Knotless don't play that shit. Oh well, cry about it. We do not play that.
Mm. Wow, that's wild. It is. It did. It's just sad to me. And the black people that tap dance, they fall for it, hook, line, and sinker, hoping that they can get a piece of the pie when they can't even get a crumb. That shit, wow. Mm-mm-mm. It's absolutely haggard. And what angers me the most, because see, when white people do what they do, it doesn't surprise me. What angers me is seeing the anti-blackness and how they relentlessly and mercilessly try to come after us like we're the problem. And I'm like, what? Because I won't shuck and jive for them. All of a sudden I'm the issue. Well, you're too aggressive and you're too angry and you don't know what racism is because it's all about hatred. And even when you try to speak to them in an academic and scholastic manner, now they really try to insult you. Well, look at you. You think you know more than somebody and this, that, and the other. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what? Because evidently you don't know nothing. What do you mean?
Exactly. That's why I mean, like, is it really deconstructing your racism if you can't hear the information from a black person? Like, I'm confused. That's why I asked him that. Like, if is it really deconstructing if a black person was to tell them the same thing? They're not listening to us like they listen to you. That's not deconstructing.
Exactly. And the word, but the thing about it is the words and the definition, especially when we're come at them at a sociological perspective, are absolute. So it shouldn't matter whose mouth is coming out of, because again, the word is absolute. It shouldn't be a thing where, oh, well, we're being ignored and we're being told, okay, we're just victims and this and that and this and that. But then a white person could come in and be Captain Save-A-Ho, say exactly what we say, and they're like, oh, well, maybe you were right. No, fool, we were right the first time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and I don't know if that black woman was in here. My bad. I'm gonna mute up after this. But the black woman that came up here and was tap dancing too was like, "Well, the white woman, listen, please don't ever do that again. That was embarrassed. I was embarrassed."
I didn't see that part. Oh, that's wild. I never. So the woman was talking about the same nonsense we've been hearing all this time. TT, that was the
I
woman.
think it was a black woman that was up here tapping. Like she dropped after she said that too. That pissed me off.
Yeah, that's usually what they do. They run after
But
they
she was
say
like,
that.
yeah, the white women do listen. She was like, they're actually listening, and they do listen to what you're saying, and it pissed me off. And then she dropped literally. So
So so
I was just
so
like, yeah, no.
literally, I don't know if y'all saw. I don't know if y'all go on my page and surface and stuff like that. But I actually put a video up of how the tap dancing benefits white women the most. And it's not a question of them listening to hear, it's listening to gather information, twist the words that are being said so they could use it to their advantage to further divide the black community and make it seem as though that they're just trying to be like, what was that one movie that had Hillary Swank in it and she was a teacher and they were trying to act like she was just this Captain Save-A-Ho. Well, let's save the 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 Mexicans and the black people
Writers,
from.
freedom
Yes,
writers.
I think that's what it was. And
It
that
have to
movie,
be, I think.
yeah, because that movie pissed me off because it's like it's giving the impression that black people can't do anything on their own unless a white person come along and quote unquote save them. So then you've got tap dancers like Libra that come along and feel like, oh well, a white person saved me, so why are you guys being so upset? We just need to love each other because here it comes. That's what they use. Well, that was in the past. We need to get over that and we need to work on our future. And that's a white problem. We should worry about our problems in the black community. If you don't get your coon lipped self up out there, makes my ass itch. I swear it does.
I get y'all can be the CONs, but like, can y'all do that at your own detriment? Like, can y'all leave everybody else out of that when y'all do that? Please.
I
Like,
mean, seriously. But that's why I say, and most people get upset with me and I don't care. That's why I say, when folks are saying, well, how do we solve the problem with racism? I'm telling you, at least in this country, I can't speak for other ones, but in this country, it's going to be all out war. It's going to be anarchy and it's going to be out of freaking control because like I've always said, talking don't work. Crying about it don't work. Dancing about it don't work. Laying up with them don't work. I mean, come on, Jack. The only thing they understand is violence because that is the very foundation of this nation. Violence, deprivation, oppression, pillaging, stealing, unaliving. That's all they freaking know. So, that's how it's going to have to be because both black and white people come for me talking about something. Oh, well, you don't know times of integration. Yes, the stank I do. What are you talking about? It was the biggest mistake for black people because we have shuck and jivers that do exactly that. It's like, what you mean? What do you mean? So, after a while, it's like, I don't know. I can't. I cannot.
live come too. Like, what happened?
What happened to everybody else? It's just us on here, TT.
Right.
So what it was is that John Brown came into the live,
Mm-hmm.
and I asked him what happened in his live because I wasn't there, right?
Right.
So, and I was saying that I don't like that black people are fighting other black people in defense of him in his space.
Dang, you said that, and then the whole conversation ended with a black person fighting with us.
Isn't that wild? That is wild.
That's crazy. That's probably why he left. He
He
proved the
just should have been
point.
silent. That's ridiculous.
He
So
proved the
when you
point.
asked him that question, what was the response?
So he was saying that he didn't I guess like he didn't know all of what had happened, and then Maceo came in because, that's who was involved, right? Yesterday.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it.
Yeah. So he came up and then he asked John a question and then it just
Spiraled downward.
yes.
So he came on your live, you're saying,
Yes.
and then you asked him that question, and he's saying he doesn't know what happened.
Right.
Oh, he corny. How do you not know what's okay? See, that's another trope that white people use. I don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
they
I'm just gonna
always have
pretend
a
like I
sense of
didn't see it.
memory loss when it's
Right.
something
I
that
don't.
has
I
something to do
don't.
with them.
I don't understand what. So what would I mean? So then you have to ask yourself, what was the purpose in him coming onto your live? Because
Right.
he should have known the question was coming. He should have known it. What? I was literally talking to him and he was responding. So my thing here is at the end of it all, because I only caught the tail end of it because I didn't hear the
Yeah,
entire
me
thing.
too.
But for him to literally come out and say, I don't do anything in the past 3 years. I mean, it was the tone.
I'm
It
so
was the
glad
fact.
I asked that question. Y'all should be proud of me.
I am very proud of you. But to ask that question and for him to be so cavalier and say, "Oh, I didn't do anything outside of that app for 3 years." So again, I asked the question: what is the purpose in having those kind of things if you're not really willing to do what needs to be done outside of the app? And it's about uh um having your own sense of introspection, because he goes on his lives and he talks about constantly about how his father was racist, his family was racist, and how he wanted to raise his children to be different and this and that and this and that. But how can you do that when you're going the other way? Because what is happening, what I've noticed in a lot of lives, and I include Nuggets in this too, because I called her out on that shit too, is the fact that y'all make it comfortable for white people even still, right? Because when we're talking about, quote unquote, deconstructing racism from a white perspective, you know what I'm saying? You got to hit them where it hurts and you got to hit them at the jugular. It can't be no thing about, no, okay, I'm going to tell you this. The moment you get uncomfortable, we're going to tone it down. No, because we're not here to coddle. We're not here to sit up there and say, oh, well, you're different because you perform differently. Now, what? Man,
They
what?
be friendly with the racists. That's all I
They
gotta
said
say.
that me, myself, and I is in the audience. Can y'all bring her up if she's still here?
I didn't see her. I was looking for her to bring her
I
up.
was too. When you called her out, she must have left because I
What's the
definitely
name left
looked.
too? I noticed was Liz up here too? I think Liz was up here too.
Liz, oh, she another problem.
Nah, Liz
Straight
duck.
anti-black
She
woman.
leaves when she. I'm not. I peeped Liz leave twice when she seen Maceo in the environment because he don't know how to like not address people when he got something on his chest.
She was the main one on that panel when she was like, "Oh, he's not white. Don't bring him up, bitch."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't want me to clock you because you know who she really hang around is a lot of those black women that always criticizing black men. That's who she
Mm-hmm.
hang around.
That poetic girl, like that
Her,
poetic girl.
KGR Sums and all of them. She be in
Mm.
them lives. Even when they having beef with other black women, she on stage. She was on stage the other day when they was calling each other out.
You should have came out there and be like, this is black beef. Why are you up here? The
Now
fuck?
you know they not about to let me up on that
They
stage.
gonna cuss you out. The black women too. Like Maceo, what they
Wow.
be calling him?
So
A
now
misogynist.
Misogynist, yeah.
this is just wild.
I
Okay.
would say Maceo got misogynist ways, but that don't take away the point of when he be right. I
I'm
kid you
Right.
not.
I
When
am
he right, he
very
right.
neutral.
I mean, there were others, but
So here we go. So word on the street is that the reason why nothing is being done, meaning from John, is because of his countless health ailments. Okay, let's move on. Anyway,
For years, for years, for years.
She here now. Elizabeth
Darn, I can't see who's in the thing there. Sorry, I can't see it. Anywho, I don't know. It just seems like ever since this administration has come back in, we're seeing people come out of left field and we're seeing the real deal Holyfield. I'm like, okay, people are getting comfortable, people are coming outward, and those that were trying to hide it, when we probe them up hard enough, it comes out. So there's that.
That is true. I've been seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, I've been people. I've had black people that have black and white people who have blocked me and basically just disregarded me once I called them out on a shit, and I'm merciless with it, and they're like, okay, you're just racist, you're just hateful, you're just this, you're just that. Okay, I'll be all those things. Kick bricks with no shoes on. Thanks.
Well,
Wow.
I think the one that I got, which will always make me laugh, was you always got white women on your mind.
Girl, bye.
Jealous. Why you so jealous?
Oh yeah, I had a black man tell me that I was just jealous of white women because, black men are going towards white women and this, that, and the other. I said I have no reason to be jealous of such things. If you choose to go that way, that's fine. But don't come running back to us when the consequences really hit you in your shit. Don't come to me.
And don't tell them that it's a brother ramming you to the bed, baby. They get triggered.
Hello, don't say that, man. Listen, like that, Kate. I know you saw that one video I put up about how that black dude was talking about how he'd rather sleep with a white dog than with a black woman, and then he ended up getting unalived by that same white woman, and I'm looking like, and those were like, how can you sit up there and laugh and joke about that man's unaliving and this, that, and the other? It's not a joke at all. As a matter of fact, it's quite sad for the simple reason that that man was able to turn on the female side of an entire race because he felt like he was disgruntled. Or it could be the other way, where the black woman was holding him accountable and responsible and telling him to get off his goofy, lazy ass, and he didn't want to do that. So he went to the great white hype and ended up going to meet his maker. So there's that. They're like,
You know something with that situation? Every time I hear a white tea person talking about that situation, they're never bringing up the white tea woman that accidentally, quote unquote, pew pew that black man. They're always bringing up how black people are not supporting that black man.
exactly. Exactly.
And
Isn't that,
that's
listen here.
crazy.
That is so wild to me. Again, that is pivoting. That is moving. The point here is that white woman was able to exercise her white privilege. And the only reason why they put the cuffs on her, the only reason why, is because the internet is undefeated. If there was no internet, it would have been her word against, well, he's no longer here. So she would have been able to get off
Would have
by
been a
saying,
family cover up.
oh, absolutely. And think about this. So the first time that she said that she came home and she was quote unquote cleaning her pew pew. And then when people started dissecting her, it went from that to she got into an argument with him. The pew pew was pulled out. They were fighting over it and it accidentally discharged. So how, Sway, how do we go to two different stories? And like I said, because the internet is undefeated, they went in on her and went in on the police department to finally freaking get her to be in freaking jail, right? While they sitting up there talking about all this nonsense, the white women are the most dangerous women out here because, like I said, they can weaponize their white tears, they can exercise their white privilege with no freaking mercy, and we are left to the whims of this kind of thing if we're shucking and jiving for them. Let's look at what was happening with the twins that were unalived and how they tried to lie and say, oh well, it was a schmurder unaliving between the twins. Man, what? Are you serious? Well, the lies just keep coming. So every time something happens with a black person, it's always got to be, oh, well, black people aren't supporting their community, or the black people had to have done something to end up the way that they ended up. Couldn't have been white involvement. Why would it be white involvement? They're innocent. Remember that? Okay, bro. Whatever. And it gets to the point where, like, what we see all the time is we see black people are arguing with each other over something that to be quite honest with you has nothing to do with them. It has
Mm-hmm.
everything to do with white people. You know, I got this book. It's called The White Problem. And I read it last night. Man, if white people read that book, boy, they try to burn my freaking apartment down. Because that book will make anybody mad. Because it's like, what do you mean? You know, white folks want to sit up there and talk about, well, black people don't do this and black people don't do that. Are you, listen, I'm not going to support, and this is just me, argue with your mama. I'm not going to support any type of black person if they are not in the best interest of our black people. I'm not going to do it. Because like I said, not all skin folk is kinfolk. You know, I'm not going to do it. Like that lady, yeah, I'm about to hear it. I know somebody listening and I don't give a shit. But it's like that black woman that was a Republican that passed away from cancer. I don't care. So there's that.
I have a question, right? So it's not even about that, but I guess with everything that had just happened, is Grammy still a mod?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
I think that's really bold of her to call Maceo fragile.
That was Grammy that said that?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I did not. I thought it was the other white tea woman.
No, it was Grammy.
I ain't never hear her say no out of pocket stuff. That's the crazy part. Let me not tap. Let me go on mute because I just was getting on somebody else about it.
Yeah.
Yes. Grammy is a mod in John's live, as well as, what's that other one? I forget her name. I forget her name. Because there's Grammy, there's Duck, there's, what's that other lady name? I forget. But he's got about 3 or 4 white mods. Yeah. So that's what they do, you know. But again, you know, a lot of this is coming to light to me because, you know, I myself have never been muted when I was up there. And I'm not a mod, so there's that. But, you know, when I get up there, I only get up there because I hear white people talking nonsense and I let them have it and then I drop. You know, but I'm not there to defend or try to take up for or any of that nonsense. I literally say my piece and leave, you know.
I make PSAs.
Very much so.
You know, don't expect it from me.
And I've noticed, like, as of late, you know, as the more I put things up on my page, the less invites that I get in white spaces. It's like, wait, because before it was like, hey, there's Lotus, da, 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 da. And then as soon as I start talking, it's like, oh, well, and the way that I do it is in such a way where, you know, I very rarely crash out. Very rarely. Because I feel like I don't have to. Have I crashed out? Heck yeah. Light people up. Have everybody in that place rolling. But, like, I try to do it in the most intellectual and scholastic way. And I always come with receipts. So they can't never say, oh, well, she just said that because that's her opinion. Or, you know, she said that because she in her feeling. No, because we went to this site.org. We went to this site.edu. We went to this site called the .io. Whatever the case may be, .org, whatever the case may be, you know. And then once I start doing those things and they see I have arguments that are irrefutable, then the other side decides to get in their feelings and then they try to insult and then they try to use microaggressions. Now I understand that I catch all that shit and I don't even care because I'd be like, okay, whatever, argue with your mama. I don't care. I mean, you know, go fall off a cliff. I mean, kick a rock with no shoes on.
Was y'all talking about Rexy?
I think that's her name.
Yeah.
Roxy up here?
Yeah, she was.
What did she say?
She didn't really say much.
Oh, wow.
That's what they do. They listen, they observe, and then they go into their lives and speak on it. But they speak on it in such a way where, you know, it's not outwardly. So there's that. But that's what they do is they listen and they take in the information and do whatever it is. And they use some of the information, you know, to their advantage or however they do it, you know. Because what baffles me and what boggles my mind is the fact that So Melanated has this live, and then Rexy and Grammy and John all are coming into this Queen's live. What did they expect to happen? What did they expect? I mean, seriously.
Did something happen?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
I mean, I got the tail end of it, but I got the part where John said that he hasn't done anything, but he's been on TikTok live for 3 years, but he himself has not physically done anything outside of TikTok. That's what I caught.
Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, hold on. Did somebody ask what they're actually doing to break down the system of racism?
Right, that was basically what the question was on the table.
Oh, Lord. Who asked
And
that?
he said, and he was very cavalier about it.
I
He said he
asked
doesn't.
him how long he been on here and what outside work have he done, and he said 3 years and no outside work.
And there's that.
Man, I swear we turned it into Maceo because I've been starting to ask white people that, like, I'm asking white people that now constantly, what are you doing to break down the system of racism?
Well, you might get stuff like what I got. Well, I voted for Kamala. Oh. That's as far as it goes for me.
Um,
Yeah.
And the black elder had came on here and tapped for him.
The black
oh
elder.
Lord.
And I mean, we're talking about tapping with them shoes on that was so shiny you could see your face.
Oh my gosh. Of course.
Mm-hmm. And then here comes what I like to call one of the white racist tropes of being microaggressive and trying to be condescending. Well, I wasn't disrespecting you, so how are you disrespecting you? Right. Okay.
They always result to. That's what it always results to is microaggressions and because
And
they don't know anything
policing,
else.
tone policing, basically, so they can deflect from what's actually going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which is what certain coons have been accustomed to doing because they learn so well from their masters. Instead of calling it out like you see it, this is the kind of mess that we have to deal with every damn day.
Yo, it's a recording. We got this damn candy cam this time.
I think what I find amusing is that Maceo recording what was said about me, myself, and I.
Oh wait. Oh Lord.
Please give us the tea. I don't know what that part.
Give it to us.
Yes, give it to us because I've been wondering for a few days, like, what's going on?
Yes.
Oh God, I don't even think I can recap the whole thing.
Summarize. I want to know.
So something about a black guy. She was in a space, and a black guy who had overpaid child support and got something back, and she was like bashing him for having paid child support.
Huh?
Yeah. Was he black?
The man was black, yeah.
Or
Okay.
I
what?
told y'all
I'll be
she had a.
capping it.
I told y'all her man was black.
Oh hell no!
I told you.
So, cause she's sitting on black, she can talk. Okay.
The child support. Wait, hold on. Say it one more time.
So I guess she was in a black space, and there was a black guy speaking, and he was saying that he overpaid child support, so he got some money back. And so she was criticizing him for that. And then she said something like, "What, do you want a cookie?" or something like that.
Girl, bye.
Girl, she mad because them white teen men don't do nothing like that.
No, that's all that is. He was big mad.
I told y'all her man was black though. I'm pretty sure she is. I don't know if she's married, but yeah.
Oh. Well, there's that. All right.
I
Do
think
you?
she also got called out because I guess like she said that she doesn't support interracial relationships because she knows that as a white woman she's harmful. And then it came out that she's actually in an interracial relationship with a black man.
Exactly. Y'all, see, y'all live for TikTok. This how we know TikTok is where y'all get y'all money on. Because
Listen,
ain't
I
no
stopped
way
watching
y'all
soap
be living a
operas.
double life like this.
Oh yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, I know.
I see. That's the part that I did not know. I did not know that she was claiming that she did not support interracial relationships because she knows she's harmful, while at whole time being in an interracial relationship. Because I used to have an old account, and this was probably like a year back, and I definitely remember her from a year ago, and I remember her saying her man was black. So that is news to
Caught that
me.
hoe.
That's news to me. I did not know she was claiming she did not support interracial relations. That's crazy. Damn.
She
That's
don't support the
crazy.
relationship, but she supports the relations.
Right.
Damn.
Right.
Wow.
Mm-mm. She supports that black D.
It's like
I know
then why
y'all
she
tired of
even
our
need to
black
say it, you know?
ASSs in y'all business, but stop coming on here and lying to the world because we not going to expose y'all. If y'all, our black ASSs would not be in y'all business if y'all stop putting y'all white ASSs in black business, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Damn,
Mm-mm-mm.
Literally.
it seemed like all the YT creators on this app that be hosting these lives
Fraudulent.
are literally getting exposed.
They are.
Frauds.
They
Because they're
are.
not allies. They're just proving to us day by day, year by year that they're not allies. Like, and I
Second
love
by
it.
second. It's
Wow.
wild. But like I said, and I'm gonna keep saying this, and I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on it. They're sitting up there trying to act like they're quote unquote allies, and there's no such thing in this particular community. There just is no such thing as allyship anywhere. It's a lie, it's a fallacy, and it's performative. You know. So basically, what is being told here is, once they get off this app and they walk down the street, they either A, don't say shit when they see something going down, and B, they literally make excuses for it. Well, I can't call out that racism because I got bronchitis. What the hell?
The one white fella. Like,
Right,
please. I can't do it.
right. I just can't. But yet we've got, black people that are amputees, halfway schizophrenic, can't see out of the half an eye, that will go to bat for a freaking white person.
I just want to understand what benefit was it to go live for 3 years and deconstruct and not do nothing outside of that
Because it was
talking.
performative, and let's just keep it a being. Actually, a white person on his live called it out in the comments and said he's only doing it for the money.
Exactly. That's what I was going to ask next. Like, is he getting gifts on his live?
Yes,
Yeah, so
there
no.
was a point in time, probably last year, where he could never go up to the amount that, say, somebody like a Dean. There's this young white boy that's Dean Withers, and that
Yup,
boy be getting
yup.
like,
Dean, Paul, and all of them.
yes, all of them be getting gifts by the millions. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
and they actually get donations, I mean, I know one time, because
I wonder
Dean
where they
follows
send them
me.
donations to.
Yeah, Dean follows me on Instagram, and the most that he's ever made in a day was almost $17,000 in a day.
Look, hold on. What's funny about Dean is, you see, that's what I'm talking about. All these white people that are performative. He got caught saying the N word.
Yes, he
So,
did.
And
and
I literally found that out this year when I seen him. He was replying to a comment. And he was just like, another YT was just like, "You're racist. How are you teaching us not to be racist?" And he was just like, "Yeah, you're right. I did got caught saying the N word a couple of years ago. But what's different from me and you is my actions actually changed, and your actions are the same." And I'm just like, "Yeah, no, that's bullshit."
that's why I can't do
So the
it.
one time there was an actual video that he made, and it's on his page, where a white person called him out on it, and the white dude was so tough on him that he actually made Dean cry. I was like, oh, well, there's
What?
that. Oh yeah, girl, yeah,
To see that.
it's on his page.
Yes, I need to go
Oh,
look at
Where she
that.
go?
uh-oh.
She just gonna drop the tea and then leave.
Ain't no way she left like that.
My bad, y'all. I had my finger touched the gosh darn thing, and it went over to a gosh darn video that wasn't even mine. I'm like, what? But yeah, he was caught crying, and he was talking about how sorrowful he was, and blah 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 blah, and you know, the usual spiel. But at the end of the day, like, what all these people do is they literally get on this app, they say stuff that they think people want to hear, and that's how they freaking make their money.
Yep.
because he crossed over after he's got real big on Instagram. I mean, on TikTok, he was invited on Jubilee. He was
Mm-hmm.
invited on several other news outlets, which blew him up even bigger. Then he crossed over to YouTube. Then he crossed over to Instagram Live, and whatever videos he does, because he records his videos on TikTok, he moves them over to different social media outlets. He's on Discord. He's
And I
on.
see him. He trying to stream now.
Yes. So what he's doing now is he's trying to expand his financial base, but it's at the peril of individuals like us, because what he does, what his MO is as far as social media is concerned, is he tries to stick to politics. So
Yep.
when people come along and they bring up race, he's real quick to jump on it, and then he'll switch back to to
He's
politics.
comfortable.
Correct. And it's the same thing with the other dude that's with him a lot. Damn it, what is his name?
Parker.
Yes, that's him. Because he tries to piggyback, and I've noticed that a lot of people are following Dean's lead. Because every time I'm going into their lives, like I said, there's like 20,000, 30,000 people that are watching him, and he's got like hundreds of people in the queue, and then he's got the gifts that he gets are in the 100,000. One time he had hit 1,000,000 gifts. So I'm looking like, okay, but then black creators who try to do the same thing that Dean is doing, they only get a fraction of what they get. The people that watch it at best is probably about 300-400 people. Now there was one person. Let me just bust out and say
Because
his
white
name.
saviors are marketable.
Yeah, of course. But then you've got the people that are black that are fried. For example, like there's this one dude, sorry, melanated, but there's this dude that calls himself melanated advice. His favorite word is to expound on things because that's the only big word he knows. But his thing is he likes to disparage black women. And
Yeah.
he talks about how black women are the problem. And I hit him one day because me and him was battling it out. He had blocked me a couple of times, but I don't give a shit. But one time we got into an argument, and he said, "You're talking like your father was never in the home. Is your father there?" What? What? But then when I asked him about his family household, this is what he hit me with. I was raised by
Projection.
my mother. I was raised by the streets. Wow.
Projections, like I said.
Right. Or when we talk about like single parenting, and how young black boys are steered in the wrong direction because there's a woman in the house, and I'm saying, well, let's talk about you. First of all, let's talk about how we exposed him, right? First he lied and said he was married. Nope. Then he tried to say then he tried to say that he got this big old house. Incorrect, because we know what project walls sound like. Why is there an echo in your bedroom? Let's talk about it. Let's not do this. And then on top of that, why is it every time you have your topics, they're misspelled? Let's talk about that. If you don't know how to spell narcissism, why do you have like 25 S's in the word narcissism? Why do you have that? And then on top of that, he talks about how the true narcissists are women, because, women that want to have an education, women that
We
make their
got
own
women
money.
trauma.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something. Okay, let me tell you something. First of all, when you sitting up here looking like young Jacques from 1999, okay?
Not young Jock. Leave that man alone.
I'm going to call it out. I'm going to call it out. If you're still wearing the same
Jock.
herringbone that Eric B. and Rakim wore in 1987, okay? When you are sitting there wearing Coogee, who still wears Coogee, that wool Coogee sweater. I'm looking at, and why do we have on the Coming to America Soul Glow shoes on, sir? What?
Okay.
Listen, and he literally sits there, and it looks like a bootleg album cover. What do you? Listen,
Is he FBA?
girl. He FDA. No, I'm just playing. I don't know what he is, but I can tell you that he's fried, dyed, and laid to the side. Because as of late, I'm glad you asked that question. As of late, his latest topics have been talking about disparaging Africans. I was like, wow, you just all over the place. Talking about some dude where Africans think they're better than African Americans, and is there such thing as African American? Why can't we just be black? And I'm telling you, this man has, to my knowledge, 3 different pages, and they run every single hour through the day. And I'm looking like, so do we not have a job? Do we what? I got my own business. Doing what? He can never say what it does, but he can expound. Yep, that's his favorite word. Expound on certain objects because what and then when he sees that there's an argument that's irrefutable, then you get this. Oh well, because it says in chapter this, verse that, in the book of this, and I'm looking like, bro, stop it. Stop it right now. And then there's this lady, a coonette, we'll call her. She jumps on there. And she the first one. This woman goes as far as turning on her camera and all you see is the Bible. And I'm like,
Oh my God. Not one of
you
them.
need to follow this because
Stop.
God
Not
said.
one of them.
I'm saying, and then why is your face shaking like you're about to have a convulsion? I'm gonna need for you to calm all that down, ma'am. Just calm it down to the point where, like I said, we got into it. This man sat up there and tried to talk about, like he was talking about relationships and marriage and stuff like that. And he was asking different black women, if they were married, single, this, that, and third. And I told him that I was a divorcee. Whole time he trying to find ways to try to make me blame myself for what happened in the freaking relationship. And I'm looking like,
Mm-hmm.
so a man is not he's not supposed to have any culpability whatsoever. Well, Lotus, you gotta understand. Get ready, y'all. I hope y'all sitting. The problem here is, Lotus, is you're an intellectual bully.
Yo, I
Ooh.
cannot. You're an unintellectual dummy. Like,
Right. I
that's
was
what
like,
I would
I
say.
don't understand how I'm an intellectual bully. Well, the problem is you're always trying to make black men feel stupid. Well, if he's stuck on stupid and parked on dumb, that's
No.
his problem. That's a him problem, not
To
That's
me.
make
what
somebody
see.
feel away.
That's
Right.
what that's what men do, especially black men. They always when they find that a black woman is educated, they hate
Mm-hmm.
it. They
They
hate
hate
it.
it.
They just
They
want.
want us all to be dumb like this. I don't know what's
So
going
I don't
on.
know if y'all know, but what is today? Monday? I think it happened Saturday. Yeah, it was Saturday, where a black woman was unalived by her boyfriend and his best friend. They literally beat her to death because get ready for the reason. Are we sitting? Okay, here we go. Because she wouldn't submit.
Crazy. She definitely ain't gonna submit to his ass now.
Crazy work. I was like, are you kidding me? And they literally beat her, then stripped her down and beat her some more and tied her to a chair.
Crazy.
Crazy
Wow.
work.
Oh my
And then
It's
they
not
God.
moved in.
shocking.
Right. It's not shocking at all. And then they wonder why. And that's why like with me, and this is just me, when I'm in these spaces on TikTok as well as in real time, what I don't do to the best of my ability is I don't like arguing about, uh, uh um, how do I word this? Like intraracial things amongst mixed company. I don't like when black people argue with each other when there is a white presence. I can't
Yes,
stand it.
same. I feel the same way. Like I think this happened yesterday. It was a man that was coming up to disagree with all the black people on the panel. It was literally like a white woman up there just getting off on him doing that. And I'm just like, drop him immediately. Like,
Quickly.
please.
Yeah,
Quickly.
we see that a
Like,
lot.
y'all don't understand. Y'all don't know like codes. Like, I don't know. Y'all don't read the room. Y'all don't know like I don't know. It's just like it gets weird when certain people don't get it.
Oh, it's not weird. It's just flat out dumb. Because think about it. We're having this. The,
In-house discussion.
yeah, it's an in-house. Thank you for that. It's an in-house discussion, and then here comes this person watching from the rafters, and then they get to agree, and I hear white folks talking about something. Oh well, see, so and so believes this, and
Right.
how you gonna do this, that, and third, and then black, he just feeling some type of way. He got that freaking soul glow around his big ass head. Talking about, see, this white person likes me, so I'm gonna keep on talking. What? What are you talking about? Because I also put a post up where it was a story of this black slave who was getting beaten by his slave master, and the freed slave came along and defended the black slave and
Mm-hmm.
beat up the white slave master and dipped. So the white slave master told his slave, find him and bring him back. So that's exactly what he did, because he gave freed the black person the inclination that he wanted to be freed, and he wanted to free his family, when in actuality it was a setup. So when the free slave dude comes back thinking he's going to free him, he got set up and he ended up being unalived. And then the slave master turned around and unalived his slave.
You know what that remind me of? I remember when I think I would say my sophomore year, this girl had did a project on she failed by the way too, but on the difference of monoracial slaves and biracial slaves. And so she was reading basically like reading one of the black biracial slaves diary. Like she did a project on one of their personal diaries, like it's a real thing. And they were talking about the slave owner, which was their dad. They were talking about him like he was like a hero.
Girl.
Like they was like he let me drink. He let like little stuff. Little stuff like they were happy to be like to do the little things that the monoracial ones couldn't. I don't know. It was like inches and they were okay with it.
Well, that's the thing about that. That's why I say that racism as a system is a very ingenious thing. When they gave the blueprint, which is in Willie Lynch, they knew what they were doing, right? Because again, what is under the umbrella of racism? Colorism, you know. So the closer to proximity to whiteness is the closer they think they get more benefit. So why on God's green earth would some of those people take up arms with people of darker hue when they feel like they have an advantage? They're in the house. They're not in the slave quarters. But what we're not understanding when you look deeper into history is the house slaves were treated just as badly, if not worse, than the field slaves because they were right there, right? I mean, they can be had at will, whether, they would sleep in the middle of the night or they was cooking something in the kitchen. There's that. Then you had the racist white woman who actually, because according to the stats that I have, that 40% of slave owners were white women. They weren't white men, they were white women. 40%. That's almost half,
That's
right?
crazy.
And then on top of the fact that they were 10 times worse than their male counterparts when it came to discipline and reprimand, right? They were the ones who were conspiring to break up those families more so than the white men. They were the ones who were literally jealous and upset at black women. Like literally, I lived down the street from this place called the Sackville Historical Site, which was the Sackville Plantation at one point. And they have pictures, like family pictures of the people that are slaves and slave owners. And literally you can see in the family photo, first of all, the woman talking about the slave master's wife looked like a straight up rough ass dude. Her face was like shaped like a trapezoid. I'm like, what the? Then you got this beautiful dark skinned black woman that's standing behind her. Now she's looking all sad because she don't want to be in the shit anyway, but she was forced. But guess who was standing right next to her? The white man. I was like, not even standing by his wife, standing by the freaking slave. I'm like, wow, that is fried. You see the kids, they looking like a white version of Bebe's kids.
That's what I was gonna say. Like the diaries that she was presenting as her project, the biracial kids was like it was like their proximity to the white parent was like making them feel like I don't know. It was like they were still sad, but they feel like I don't know. It was
Well,
weird.
I mean, you do because you answered your own question. I mean, they were in proximity of that white parent, and like I said, what if you're closer to the proximity of the pseudo advantageousness of whiteness, then you're not going to drop that in comparison to saying,
Yeah,
well,
like they knew they were treated bad, but they
yeah,
wanted the
but
proximity to whiteness.
correct. So it's like the lesser of the two evils. So it's like,
Yes.
okay, well, I'm not like black over here. They got, if I crack that
Yes.
egg on the ground, he getting 20 lashes versus me over here. I might get two. It's just, it's
Stockholm syndrome,
Oh,
but
absolutely. Oh,
practically.
absolutely. And then there were some that, tried to rebel, but look at what happened to them. Either they were unalive, they were sold, they were great, they were separated from their family somehow, and it's bad when the slave master gets to have the slave woman, in turn, slave woman gets pregnant, right? And then depending on the hue of the baby, if it's lighter, they're taking the baby to the house. If it's darker, they putting the baby in the field. And guess what? If it's siblings, then they're pinning them against each other. So it's like, so now that darker skin child feels some type of way because they walking around there looking like buckwheat. They walking around there eating scraps off of some versus, the the lighter skinned sibling might be in the house eating a whole chicken drumstick while old Skillet is getting a piece of the wing. So it's like,
Little things, the little tiny things that shouldn't matter but do matter to them.
of course, of course. And that mentality has stretched all the way into 2025. And when I'm on panels, I use myself as an example, to show how it hit home for me because my two oldest children, not trying to be funny, I'm really not, but my first two children are like literally night and day. No shade. Literally, my son is very dark skinned. We talk about under the bed black. And then you've got my daughter who's very, very fair skinned, right? I mean, we're talking about if you turn on a light, that's her head. So to see how they both were being treated as they grew up vastly contrasts, right? It was like they look at my son like, oh, here he comes. And the older he got, and the bigger he got, and the taller he got, the more intimidating he looked. And it was like, versus my daughter, who's fair skinned, she's average height for a girl, and again, she's the self hatred is just, it's just at an all time high. It's absolutely ridiculous. I was like, and I would consider myself a pro Black woman. I've been told by my own children that I'm just this angry Black woman who wants to continue division. And I ask my kids all the time, division amongst whom?
But that's that. How old are they?
30 and 29.
Who says it the most? The 30-year-old or the 29-year-old?
One more time.
Who says that the most? What you just said, the 30-year-old or the 21-year-old,
The
29-year-old?
The 30-year-old.
That's probably because they was immune to the system more.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, literally,
I'm not even gonna lie. Until I came on these lives in 2024 in June, I I learned a lot of stuff. The microaggressions. It's the stuff that I didn't even know, but I knew that I experienced, but I didn't have no words to it. I was ignorant, very ignorant. I thought Black people could be racist because I don't know. It was just like being dark skinned, and then you dealing with all these things that you don't even know because you're not getting educated on it by one.
That's right.
And it's just like, you're going through these things, but you don't know the definitions. You don't know the background to these things or nothing.
That's right.
So,
that's right. Because
I feel like they would have to go through that their own self because
they do. They do. Because
my brother is like that with my mom. Like he's very self-hating. He's dark skinned, like he's darker than me. He don't date Black women. He dates outside his race.
That's what my son does too. And the crazy part about it is like, we just had a discussion last week, and that discussion turned into a 3-hour argument. No exaggeration. This boy here was literally telling me about, he's been with different women, and he has been with Black women. He's been with women that were indigenous. He's been with Asian women, all this other stuff. But he ended up with a white woman. So, what I was telling him is that the difference between Black women and white women is white women will not hold you accountable the way that Black women will. They're going to make excuses for you. They're going to coddle you.
Yes, that's why they love them so much.
For the slaughter. So, but he didn't want to have to believe that. And then, all of a sudden it was so bad. I got to tell y'all this, right? So because I have 6 children. So my middle daughter was graduating high school. So she had her commencement. Me and my ex took my daughter out to dinner, and he happened to be there with the other siblings and my middle daughter's boyfriend at the time. So after I had left dinner, they ended up going to this bar that was majority white. Mm-hmm. First off, let me tell you what strike 1, 2, and 6 were. They get to the bar. They had
my kids sitting outside of the bar while everybody else was inside the bar. All the white people was in the bar. My kids were the only black kids that was there, and they were sitting outside.
Did
That was
he
strike
pick up
one.
on any of the microaggressions before you
He did
start your
not.
story? Okay, go
He did
ahead.
not, because he thought everything was a joke at the time. But my
Okay.
daughter did. So he was talking to this chick. She was a white girl, and she was saying the N word. She was talking about indigenous people, this, that, and third. So my middle daughter, who's much like me in that regard, she got up in that chick's face. She was ready to battle with her. Here come my son out the cut to my son. Here you go embarrassing me again. This is why we can't do this and this, that, and the third.
Oh no.
Are you serious? So my daughter called me up and told me he did that BS. And when I tell you, I went in on him. I went in.
What he say?
He was like, Mom, you don't understand. She was all loud and belligerent and this, that, and the other. She could have took that. We could have had that discussion somewhere else. I was like, it's not about discussing it nowhere
Wow.
else. You so busy trying to defend this broad and thinking that the Mets is cute and you thinking shit sweet. It's not. He told my Mom, it's just a word. Why do we keep hanging on to that word? It's not about hanging on to it.
Crazy. Well,
But then
I can't say that because my brother is literally like a serial self hater. Like I don't know. Like he's literally he just went through a situation with because he's dating or was dating white tea biracial.
oh boy.
So she presents as white tea. She got a black dad and a white tea mom. You know how that goes.
Oh yeah.
But why did this girl, I guess she went through his other phone that he had and sent S tapes to his job, to my mom, to my sister, to his whole contact list. So it was that morning. So when he got to work that morning, he's literally driving to work that morning. His manager sent him back home because she sent the video to his manager. And I guess he was fooling around with the manager and the scheduler or whatever. So that's who she sent it to. And he came back home. She was outside with his phone. And then she called her dad, and why he said because he pulled up in his work truck with his coworker, and then he cussing her out and all this other stuff. So she called her dad and told her dad that my brother was hitting on her. Her dad pulled up and seen my brother wasn't hitting on her, and then her dad went to go get her stuff, and after all of that, guess what he said? This is why I don't F with black girls.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Dude, my brother is a felon. He been working at that job for 7 years since he got out of jail. That's the only job that gave him opportunity.
Damn.
And he make 20 bands an hour. Not 20 bands, $20 an hour. My bad.
Oh wow. Wow. See, that's what I'm talking about. That be that BS I be talking about. We'll defend to the
Once he
end.
said that, I said, boy, I looked at him because I'm like, you know, you look stupid.
Right. You know you
When
look
he
fried.
said that
So
pissed me off. I'm like, that girl is white. He like, no. I'm like, no. Well, she did all of that because she was white tea.
yes.
I need you to know that.
Right. Please. But see, they make excuses for them all of the time. It's always got to be, but let a black woman be upset about something. Oh, well, she's just
Hey,
bad and she
then
just
if
this and
she's
she just that.
black, this black bee, like I don't see. That's the thing. Like with my brother, like I always didn't understand. You don't like black women. You talk junk about black women. You love white tea women, but you treat the white tea woman like you still put your hands on them. You still don't talk to them right.
Well, you know why that is.
My bad. They family still don't.
Damn, what's going on? Oh, she keep getting a call. You just keep getting the call. Well, I tell you, these
I keep getting a call.
right. But the reality of the situation is like you said, it's self-hatred. It's them being shameful. It's them not wanting to be held responsible and accountable. And I've noticed that there has been a lot of settling going on because, back in the days of, Fred Hampton, when he was alive, he was only 21 years old. I mean, that man, he was able to be a literal genius. Good. He's a literal genius, graduating from school as a teenager, then helping to facilitate and maintain the Black Panther Party until he was unalive. All this within a short amount of time in this day and age. But then you got these knuckleheads in 2025. You try to get them to do the same damn thing. It's always a complaint. Why not do this now? And it's like, well, what the hell else are you doing, Black? What? And the mentality is, well, if we can't beat them, join them.
And then it's always why we gotta do this now when the conversation is never had later. What? That's the funny part about it. Like, y'all don't want to talk about it. Y'all don't want to. It's just like I need black men, if they're gonna think like that. I need y'all to have that same energy with racist white tea men. Like, y'all need to stand up. If y'all gonna be beefing with black women because y'all are colonized, y'all need to beef with white men equally. I need y'all
But
to
they're
do
not
that.
gonna do that
Okay?
though. They're not gonna do it because they, like I said, some of these black men out here truly have fear in their heart. And understand this when I tell you, because for generations, and it says so in the book Post Traumatic Slave Syndrome, when they talk about the emasculation of the black male mind. And it's like, okay, well, they already make them feel like they're less than human, let alone feel like less than a man from them being called boy and all this other crap. So if you get that in your mind enough and your willpower is not strong enough, you're going to use the oppressive white male patriarchal misogynoir on black women because you feel some type of way. So now you're projecting your emasculation onto that black woman. Hence back to the case I was telling about when that black man and his best friend unalived his girlfriend and also the mother of his 2 children.
Yep, I think Maceo was talking about this yesterday with gang affiliated people, like how they don't let certain people come around them and wear certain colors. Y'all got all these rules and regulations for the community that be around y'all, but y'all don't have nothing for the white tea people that's oppressing y'all.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so when I first moved down here because I'm in Durham, North Carolina, and I moved from Ohio, right? So when I came down here, it was almost like I took a step back in the time, right? Because when I came down here, why it feel like I stepped into 1996? What is going on? I don't. Why is Dot still down here? But we're not going to talk about that. That's a different subject. But I come down here and I see these old heads walking down the street with all these damn colors, looking like somebody's dining room doily. I'm like, what? Oh. So one day, because I like to wear color in my hair, and my favorite color is blue. So I had some.
Sister.
There we go. Ding. So I had the peekaboo braids where the blue was hitting in the back, but if you put it in a bun, you can see it. So one day this dude walked up to me. He said, "I'll pay double for you to get that shit out your head." What are you talking about? We don't wear them colors here. What colors would that be, sir? He said, right, talking that nonsense. So he said, oh, well, what set you in? What set am I in? Am I on Boys in the Hood? Am I getting punked? Did you really just ask me what set I'm in? He was like, yeah, what set you in? I was like, motherfucker, I don't give a damn about no set. Dining room
The
set, living room
fuck?
set, patio set. What set you talking about? And
They
everybody
be
started
acting
laughing.
like they create culture, colors, and then don't even know the whole cool color. You don't know what a warm color is or none of that. Y'all niggas are dumb. I'm not
Right.
about to keep playing with y'all.
But not at all. And then they sitting up there talking about some, oh, well, down here we do this. First of all, y'all don't know half of being a gangster in this half a horse town. Let's talk about it. I come from a place where we will kidnap you in broad daylight and keep you for 10 years in the basement. In your face. Fuck you. He was like, well, this is. I was like, let me tell you something unequivocally. I have no fear. Let me tell you why I have no fear. Because 15 minutes down the road is a sundown town. I want you to have that same goddamn
Right.
energy for when you go into that fucking town and run those backwoods bastards right up out that town. But you're not going to have that though, because you're a fucking chicken shit and you are a ghetto ass, gang affiliated ass cool. Now you can come for me. If you're going to pull your pew pew out, I'm going to need for you to use it. Otherwise, shut the fuck up talking to me.
Same with LA. Like LA got LA got sundown towns. Cali got sundown towns. I'm confused why California got sundown towns and y'all still worried about gang affiliated stuff. Y'all
Stop
worried about
playing.
colors.
Stop, please.
confused.
You know,
Hey,
I was like, you talk about
Maceo.
some, the one chick actually asked me what set I was in, and she was trying to act like I was in, I don't know what kind of gang it was. I was like, let me tell you one of the biggest gangs that I am in. They said, what? It's called the United States Navy. Ever heard of it? Because, we've been around for eons. So they're like, and the bigger gang,
Maceo.
the OGs is the United States government. So, I mean, I want you, the way y'all defend these project bricks, need to freaking defend this freaking community. That's what I need to see. Otherwise, I don't give a shit about what you're talking about. I don't care about you making music videos in the back of your project apartment. I don't care about you using 3 months worth of rent money to deck out that freaking Hellcat that you got. I don't give a shit about none of that. Because at the end of the fucking day, you are nothing to this society. You are nothing but an undesirable. I don't care about you and your gang and your mumble rap. I don't care about none of that. Let's talk about it. You got a
Hey,
lot of mouth. I will
Maceo.
continue having it because I got a hoodie that says on the back of it, I will not be
Yo,
remembered for keeping my
stop.
mouth shut. Me. Man, Maceo.
Maceo, have you got that recording?
Yes, you got to keep that forever.
Yeah, I gotta upload it so we can listen.
Yes, for real, because I didn't hear the beginning. I missed the
I didn't
tea.
hear it either. I say we uploaded and we listened to it. That's all. Let's all have story time.
Yeah,
Yay.
sorry y'all. I would be more talkative, but I'm trying to finish my hair.
Oh,
Me
that's
too.
okay.
I'm doing my hair currently too, literally.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm taking out all of my black books so I can be able to be ready to debate later on this evening and make everybody on TikTok that's a coon or a white person upset. So there's that. Um, it's what I do, and I do it in real time too. So
Maceo gonna call out the whole TikTok by the end of debate live. Debate talk ain't gonna be debate talk no more.
right though, everybody
He's
gonna be
gonna
quiet.
dismantle it.
No, for real. He gonna call the whole debate talk out.
Right.
But he be right on it. He be hitting it right on the money. Like
He got
they,
to. He got to because what else is there? I mean, let's keep it a bean. I mean,
he
what
be
is
saying what everybody else be thinking, but
right?
nobody say.
And he's listen. When he literally goes in, he goes in. It's him and there's this other black dude. They go in with no mercy and they don't give a shit. And it's like, okay. Like black folks be like, why you gotta be coming down on us like that? Because we need to, cool lip. That's what we need to do. Okay?
Right.
Because why are we playing these games? Because why are we kowtowing? You know what I
Like I
mean?
love that shit. I feel protected in Macio's hands because y'all coons, y'all don't make me feel protected.
At
Y'all
all.
every day y'all come up here and y'all go against us.
Against us, girl. And I mean they do it with impunity too. I mean like, that's the problem with the black communities, is these black women don't know how to stand down. Like,
Right. I'm just scared right there.
Do you know what happened? I just happened to scroll into a live last night, and this typical white tea woman was getting called out yet again. But what was interesting though is that within a few minutes of being in there, these white tea women started talking about Avenge.
shut up.
Talking about who?
Did you say
Avenge.
Avenge?
Avenge.
Did you say Avenge?
Who?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Avenge.
girl,
Who
I
is
got
that?
tea.
Who is that?
Spill it, Ada.
Wait, somebody tell me who is that?
I
Kill
want
it.
no. I want Melanated to go first because I already know. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, come on,
Oh,
Melanated, give
about
us the
him,
tea.
about how he's got this thing for white tea women and how he was basically harassing them.
Huh?
Did you hear about that?
No.
Oh, he was harassing a white
Yeah,
woman.
they were calling him a predator and all sorts last night.
Shut your lip.
Wait, who is he though?
Avenge.
Yeah, who is that?
He's this he's this black dude. He mostly is quiet. He doesn't really say much, but when he does,
Is he caping? He on debate talk with like where?
Yeah,
I don't
he
know about any debate talk or anything like that. But
he be in all spaces. Like
yeah.
he's been in John's live. He's been in Sean's live. He's a mod in Sean's live.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm gonna go over there today and see what's up.
Yeah, Avenge. He claims he's pro black, but he only date
Hell
white tea
no.
women.
Are you
Oh yeah,
serious?
he pro black and only date white tea women. Make that make
Yeah.
sense.
Are you serious right now?
Yep. He claimed. Yeah. And I don't know if y'all know who that is, but Davina is his. That's his girl.
Girl, get out of here. If
That
you
is
You
another
first of
one that
all,
needs to get
lying.
called
You
girl,
out.
lie. You
Macia, write
lie.
that name down.
write it down quickly.
Yep.
Quickly and expeditiously.
I look.
You
Wait,
lie.
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm in denial about this. What the stank? What the entire stank?
Vita done found her a black man on this app.
Wow. See.
Caping done finally came. I mean,
Oh my God. I did not know that. Oh.
So did y'all know that
they
Davina
talking about
called
some
CPS on a black
Avenger,
woman?
some black Avenger man. I don't know.
I told you. Look.
Oh my
Did y'all
God.
know about that?
I
Look.
didn't know about this. Oh.
If y'all
What?
need.
Knew her
Oh
caping
my
was gonna
God.
eventually get her a dumb black man on here.
Man, and this, I mean, the disappointment just keeps coming and coming. I just can't. I just can't. What is going on in the world? Mm-mm-mm. They never say anything.
Is the one that Knowledge be calling out every time. She be with what's that girl that was just on here? Me, myself, and I. She be on them lives, and the other lady that you was calling out, the other
Oh,
white tea woman,
Lord, have
nuggets,
mercy.
huh?
nuggets,
I,
No,
Lexi?
Grammy. She be in them
Liz.
lives. Liz, yes, Liz.
Oh,
that
Oh
is
my
wild,
god,
bro.
man.
Are you
Davina is her heavy
serious?
set white tea woman
So
Oh,
who
she a
do
obese white?
construction deconstruction lives. Not Liz been calling her out every time she see her.
I told y'all. I told y'all.
yeah, she
wow.
a couple of years
Listen,
ago she called
all these
CPS on a
people
black
work
woman.
together, man.
You did.
She called CPS on a black woman.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she
See?
also doxed a few black people.
Shut up. Was it
Yeah.
Maceo, weren't you on that live when you called her out for that?
Casey don't know who she is. I don't know why he acting like he
Yeah.
don't know who she is.
I'm trying to remember
Oh yeah.
Davina. What's her
Yeah,
Yes,
screen
I
name?
said
she a
because
white.
you were on a live, I remember hearing your voice and you were calling her out on it and she was getting salty.
Yeah, she hosts lives with Liv. She literally her and Liv mod each other pages. It'd be
If I see
Davina,
him, I'll probably
Liv,
recognize him.
me, myself, and
You
I,
would. And would.
Grammy, all of them.
What? I didn't know about the doxing. No.
They all work
What?
together.
Mm.
Yes.
They all work together. Man.
She
That
go
shit
to
Somehow
is
black
they
crazy.
work
court
together,
too.
but we can't seem to do it. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Shit. I'm calling it out like I damn see it. We all sitting up here right now. I bet you we can find at least 10 coon lips that would go against all of us. Bastards. Mm.
If y'all need tea, come to me because I'ma have it. I'm
I
telling
know
you.
that's right. I'm coming to you, child, because I
Oh
did not
yeah,
know any
Ida.
of this.
Girl, don't go to that
Who?
black biracial woman panel ever again.
Who?
Stressing me out.
Which one?
Yeah.
That woman, she was a
Nah.
light skinned black woman. You was on her
We need
panel
a
hella
name,
early.
child.
But
Is
earlier that morning, I recorded her dumb ass. But I screen recorded it and I took pictures of her live. But they was talking about how light skinned people can experience colorism.
you're bye.
Oh yeah. I was in there.
You're
And I
gone.
clocked their tea too.
Girl.
She was just like, it was so many biracials coming in there. Y'all don't make us feel part of the black community. And she was like, yeah, like, yeah. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm not about to play with this bitch.
Right.
I'm
I
not
Right.
doing
clocked
it.
I
Play
clocked
with
their
these
tea
hoes.
too. Because they kept saying, oh no, we can experience discrimination. I was like, discrimination based on what? Because
Right.
there's different types
Based
of
on
discrimination.
what?
Right.
What you
I
mean?
clocked their
Like, and
tea.
who told you you couldn't face discrimination is the question.
They
Mm.
and they conceded after I said all that. So I was like,
They had to because
yeah.
you make sense.
Right, because I seen some of my mutuals on her page, like when I was at work, but she was up early. Like she was up at 6 o'clock. I was on her live, so I'm like, yeah, this whole now she got a little views up in here, and she changing the tune of her her
Wow.
what's the name?
Wow. Mm. The coonery, buffoonery, goonery, tomfoolery, just constantly
Also,
itself.
I saw in the comments because I had requested up. Somebody added me and was like, yeah, nah, she only letting light skinned people up. I was like,
Yes, she was
what?
though. She was doing that.
Yep.
She kept declining my request because I was eating her ass up in them comments.
That's wild. Oh my god.
Yes, and they called a black woman a dog. She was kissing at them and whistling and stuff. I'm like, all right.
Ooh, see. Mm, see.
She was like, "Are y'all mad at us because black men don't want y'all dog?" I was like, "Girl,
Go play in traffic, bitch.
please."
Yeah, I really want to hear that recording. I wish I
Me
was playing
too.
him
Shit.
something.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it all. Oh, there's my briefcase.
Maceo, I need you to be a TikTok recorder. I need you to record all the debate lives and expose. You need to be exposure page.
Right. I want to see it to believe it.
Because it's a lot of
Novel and
debate talk.
Suggest we talk to. They
I
got
What you
can't.
all
say?
the clips. Not
You,
Novel and Suggest. They got like a whole damn archive of
yes,
clips,
I seen. I
whole
was on that
lives, all
live when
of
Suggest was showing us her archive. She got like a whole section full of recordings, like a whole album full of
That's
TikTok
wild.
recordings.
That is wild. They really ain't playing no games, bro.
Because people be
Wow.
lying. You gotta catch them when you catch them when they saying shit. Because people be lying. They will lie if they can get
I
away with it.
swear, man. Because, like I said, I would have never thought that the one chick was sitting up there talking about, white women are most dangerous for interracial things and turn around and interracially dating herself. That's fried. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, what a
them. Me,
world.
myself, and I.
Yeah. Who does that? Who sits up there and lie and say, "Oh, I'm not going to interracially date because I know it's dangerous," and turn around and do the shit?
Wait, I didn't know me, myself, and I dated a black man.
Isn't
Yep.
that what y'all talking about earlier?
Wait, it's me, myself, and I that got a black man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
I told you, look,
Lord
I
have
had
And she tried to
mercy.
come for a black man for paying his child support. What the
Exactly.
fuck?
Exactly.
That
I'm
shit
like,
wild.
girl, what is you mad about? Because white tea men don't make them type of mistakes. The fuck?
Right though. Because they tried to dodge and
They send the exact amount.
yeah. Right though. Right. They saw it. Or no.
Nah, she tried to tear that black man down because he was like, what? Like, what do you have to tear him down about that for?
hey, like
Like,
I
I
said,
don't get that.
like I said,
Could it be that
And
she's
then,
projecting? There's that.
like I said earlier, all these white tea people getting exposed. So what's tea with nuggets?
Nuggets Ben got it. Maceo Ben got on that.
Yeah, he
You
did.
missed that one.
Yeah,
I
you
got
did.
cause what's tea with
Literally
nuggets?
missed that one.
Yeah,
And
she was on a
then she got
panel and Maceo ate her ass up and made her leave. Like,
right.
That's on YouTube, by the way.
What?
yeah,
Oh.
she was spewing microaggressions too in that live.
You know
Who?
damn well I was gonna
Real
post that on
bad, like
YouTube.
real bad. She was triggered
oh, I
Yeah.
gotta
And
because
see
she
that
Maceo was calling
actually
her
YouTube
out of her
clip.
name.
went on
Oh, good.
her own live to low key discuss that. And I asked her what happened, and she told me.
What she
And I
say?
was she said that she basically, in so many words, got called out. And I guess folks kept pushing, the people on the panel kept pushing the issue, kept pushing it. And she was talking about how she apologized and all this other business.
She ain't apologized for shit. That's a lie.
Well, there's that.
She was sitting there laughing until people
She
started
was
agreeing with me.
laughing. Yeah, she was laughing with her camera on and not listening in the comments, popping it with other people, and all her people that was on her live came in and defend her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
If some of the debate talk was on the live, came up to defend her
Oh wow. Mm.
That
while
one
she sat
fuel
there and
slave that said,
laughed
"Why are y'all
in the
attacking
comments. She was
her?
in the comments
Nobody's
laughing.
defending Nugget."
What? My thing here is that if she was brave enough to go up on that panel knowing what she was up against, why do we need the
No, she was
buffoonery?
already up there, but Maceo, he clocked every time she like, he came up there.
Look, I'm not even gonna lie to you. It seemed like it's really only a small group of us on here on this side of TikTok that's really genuine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know it's genuine when they actually clock it when they see it. I hate people that clock stuff and wait it out.
Yeah.
They'll wait out tea. Like I don't like that. Like if
Right.
you wasn't really pressed about it, if you ain't clocking when you seen it.
Right.
No, it's on site. Like it's off rip. That's what
Yes.
Off the top.
the first time I hear you say something and it's not correct, I'm gonna clock you on that. Cause I was in a live today and people kept talking about how race is a social construct and I had to break that shit down to them. And they was like, oh well, it's not though. Social construct. And I was like, what the like I was bro.
Oh, don't feel bad because you got people that say that racism is a feeling. You know, you got to feel the racism. You understand?
Yeah, like and then I think I keep giving Macy props, but I think he said yesterday, when do they ever bring up anything as a social construct other than racism? When it
They
with
don't.
anything else other than racism?
They don't. And
At
it's
all.
literally the most frustrating thing on earth because they always talk about what white tea people do. And I'm like, we know that already. We know about the
Right, you're not
pseudoscience.
telling us anything new. Ugh. Tell us something that we don't know. Oh wait, you can't. Moving on.
And somebody was mad because the biracial girl, T, like you're talking about, she dropped a white tea girl off her panel because she didn't want to talk to her no more. Now, look, I'm not going to hold you. That was low key right because why would a white tea woman be up there anyways trying to talk about the black experience?
Exactly.
And you had a whole lot of black people in the comments and on the panel caping for her, a white
Right.
tea woman. So that should tell you what's tea already.
And then what kills me is the people that do be trying to clock and stuff in some of those lives with the coonery buffoonery. They literally will drop those people. Do you know, like, there's this black dude. I mean, when I tell you that man shouted to the high heavens at me, I didn't even raise my voice. I didn't do nothing. And he literally was telling me, because I was saying that black people can't be prejudiced either, because to be prejudiced means that you are prejudging. I was like, black people don't prejudge because we know exactly what white people do. It's not a question of us not knowing. We know exactly what it is, and we know how to call it, and we know how to judge it, and we're going to clock it. No, it's not even a question of that, because black people can be prejudiced, and black people can be racist, and black people can be. I was like, no, they can't. And then he tried to bring up the Webster's or Merriam Webster's or whatever the fuck, trying to bring up that definition. I was like, well, is it? And then I get this. Get ready. Here we go. I was like, the definition that you gave me, is it prescriptive or descriptive? I don't even know what that means. See, how can you make an argument over something that you don't know, sir? What? Then I had another black dude. Girl, listen. This is the part where you got to pull out Mary Jane because that was just out of control. This dude literally told me that racism is displayed and imposed on black people because white people have self-hatred. I said,
Oh
what
my
now? She
gosh.
said, what now? What you say now? One more again. Say what now? He was like, it's because white people hate themselves. I was like, so let me get this straight. Hold on. So white people hate themselves so much that they created laws, legislations, and de facto grandfathered in rules and regulations to impose oppression, deprivation, murder, rape, and everything else to black people because they hate themselves? Is that what you're telling me? He said, yeah, that's exactly what it is. So another black woman asked her, she said, what is your highest level of education? Girl, he hit us with this. I dropped up in the 5th grade and I just been working and making this guap for the rest of the time.
What?
I was like, what? So then I said, well, what? He said, what do you do for, I asked him what he do for a living. He said, hustle. I said, what kind of hustle do you have? Just be out here hustling. I was like, so, you know what? So then I tried to be nice about the shit. I was like, you know what? I don't think you're equipped to have this conversation. See, that's the problem with y'all black women. Y'all always trying to dictate what a black man do. Man, if you don't get your... Then I went on him, and then this white lady came out the cut. I was like, sir, listen, you're not equipped to have this conversation. So we going back and forth. So then he tried to insult me. I was like, first of all, with your slow ass, hooked on phonics didn't work for you, and every child was left behind with your
The
goofy.
white tea woman came up to coddle him.
Yes, talking about some,
I knew
oh, well,
it.
you're an ableist, and you said he was slow. Slower than molasses in the wintertime. What you talking about?
Moving the goalposts, not
Right,
talking about
though.
what actually the prompt is.
Right. And then she talking about some,
well, black people can be prejudiced. And when I tell you, there's this other dude. This man here has like 25 pages because they constantly get taken down.
Bare Maple.
Constantly.
Oh, I thought you
No,
was talking about he constantly keep going to other people's pages. I was about to say Bare Maple.
no, no. It's it's this dude now. He was going by Gone, like Gon, but they keep banning his pages. So when he heard what the white chick said, he jumped on that. He destroyed her to the point where he made her cry. I was like, he was like, first of all, Snow Roach. I was like, uh-oh. What you not gonna do is bring your unseasoned ass up here and try to attack this black queen over this slow ass coon lip. I was like, wow. She was like, you can't be talking
She
about
didn't
things.
want to address that black man being ableist. They hate black women. I
Ooh, they
swear.
hate us. They hate us. They hate us. I'm like, then I had a white dude try to come for me talking about something. Oh, well, you sound pretty intellectual. I wonder where you got your education from. You probably had a white person teach you this, that, and third. I was like, first of all, let's talk about the fact that you're
Stuff that we know is not stuff that we learned in school. I need them to learn that.
Yeah, yeah, that's
girl,
what I
what you
thought.
say? I mean, and then I love the military people that come on there talking about there's no racism in the military, not realizing they're
So
talking to a military veteran.
anti-black.
Girl,
That's who came up to Cape for Nugget that day.
girl,
A veteran.
who?
It was Alicia.
Girl,
Yep, that be on Dantrell and Live and them live. Yep.
Are you
Lord,
for real?
It's the light
She
skinned woman.
she follow me.
Yeah, her.
Oh hell no.
girl, they coming out. I keep telling you now,
See, that's what I'm talking about.
coming out.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to
I
clock
feel
that
some
next
type of
time I
way
see
now.
her.
And she came up there and she was like, what's the point of all of this? Y'all not even letting them speak. Like I was just like, so then they started, CB came up and she clocked her and was just like, well, what's the point of them Trump lives? Like, what do they have with the black community?
Amen.
Put her on mute.
Yeah, right.
That pink speaker.
Which one?
I'm gonna have to clock her next time I see her because that's crazy work.
You're gonna have to because the cootery, buffoonery, tomfoolery, goonery is just unbridled. I just don't understand it. I'm
And
gonna
that's
keep
the truth though. Them
it
Trump
is
lives,
though.
I'd be tired of them.
You, girl. There's this lady at my job. Yep, I'm about to put it out there. There's this lady at my job who, of course, voted for Trump. White woman, but her son is married to a black woman, and they have a biracial child. You want to know what she said that she found
Crazy.
cute that I found just so infuriating. This is what she said. She said when her son was young, he had to be like 5 years old. And she said her son walked up to a little black girl around the same age and licked her face. So she said, why did you lick her face? He said, because I wanted to know what chocolate tastes like. So years later, this man is in high school. He meets this black girl. They
You know
become,
damn well she didn't tell you that based off of him being with a black woman right now.
oh, absolutely. Yes. That's exactly what she said.
Oh
Everybody
my
surrounding
god.
us was laughing and kikiing with her, thinking that was the cutest thing since sliced bread. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. So, now we're Hershey's chocolate bars, apparently. So,
Actually used to eat us. Okay.
right. Cannibalize and whatnot. I was like, okay, well, that's what they do. Fried. I just, girl, every time I turn around and see that shit, it just makes my ass itch and my head hurt.
See, that's why I can't be friends with coworkers, especially the white tea ones.
Oh no! When she said she voted for Trump, somebody asked her why, and she was like, "Well, there'll be more money in my pocket. We'll see about that."
Girl.
Just talking to my coworkers about the most comfortable I ever been at a job, and I work at a black owned business right now. Say at a day program for special need adults and kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I never been so comfortable at a job. I've been working there. This is my second year. And
Nice,
before that, I was working in nursing homes, but I switched that in because the microaggressions in there.
girl.
Crazy. Crazy. I couldn't do it. I was gonna snap. So me working there, I love it there. Like I was just telling them that, like it's more comfortable. Like you literally dealing with. It's like regardless of if we got our little drama, because it's gonna be a drama at work.
Of course.
It's gonna be drama at work, but we got our little drama. We have our disagreements. It's just like having I feel like I'm having a disagreement or drama with my people. Like I don't feel disconnected.
Right.
I don't feel offended. I don't feel like when my boss talks to me or in a certain tone, I don't look at her a certain way because she's white and she like it's just like it's a black woman talking to me. Like I feel comfortable. I feel happy. And then it was a situation where because it's one white woman there that worked there because she married into the family.
Mm-hmm.
Why did these two men come in for UPS to because they were making a game room for the clients or whatever, so they were bringing in Pac-Man boxes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So they come in and they gotta take the picture to show that they delivered it.
Mm-hmm.
Why does white tea women get mad at the people that let them in to deliver their order? One of the black employees, she like, why are you letting them in here? They're gonna bring their homeboys back and they can come in here because it's a PlayStation in the game room too. So she was basically basing that off of they were on steal. So when she realized the shit that she was saying was racist, she tried to cover it up and be like, I mean, I'm saying anybody could have came in here and did that. Not just I'm not saying that because they're black. She tried to cover it up because she got black kids, y'all.
Girl,
So
bye.
the girl that worked with me was like, I mean, I don't understand. Like, she got black kids. I'm like, ma'am, just because you got black kids, and I had to like, we was having that whole discussion. I had to sit everybody down. Just because you got black kids, don't make you racist.
It don't
Not
mean
racist.
shit. That's
Exactly,
why I
because
try
you
to
even
tell
got a
people
black
all the
kid.
time. I be like, you don't understand. For us, there were whole ass slave owners that was
Yes,
having black women. There were whole
exactly.
ass white women that was getting pregnant by black men, not because they have undying love for each other. It happened to be a mechanical circumstance. She wanted a pleasure boy. Home skillet couldn't pull out fast enough. And next thing you know, she pregnant with home skillet. I'm
And
just
then they
saying.
gonna show me the white tea woman's son. Her son is white presenting, y'all. He is a white biracial. I'm like, y'all, was she teach? I'm like, I know for a fact she's not teaching her son about color. She's teaching her son that there's no such thing as color. We should see no color, like all
We
of that.
all love each other.
Yes, we all love each other. I'm like, y'all shouldn't
Mm-mm.
be surprised because she literally got a white son. She don't have a black son. She has a biracial kid, but he presents as white. So
Right,
she's teaching him such.
right. And that's what I tell people that are interracially dating all the time is like teaching your biracial child not to see color in this society is a form of child abuse because
Mm-hmm.
you're ignoring the presence of that color in turn that race. You're ignoring it, you're erasing it, and you're not giving it any kind of service. Well, the problem here is that we're teaching so much hatred and this and the other. Teaching your child not to see the uniqueness and the difference is just as bad, if not worse, to teach them to actually hate it.
Yep.
Like, well,
Because I told them that was that white tea woman implicit bias
that's right.
that she showed you.
That's right.
And that's how she really truly feel. Regardless, I'm like, she realized what she was saying was racist because she tried to cover her behind and try
That's
to.
right.
Oh, it's not. I'm not talking about not because they're black. She knew. She knew what she said was. What she was saying was kind of racist or racist in general.
Right.
So that's why she covered her behind.
That's
So
right.
that was her implicit bias, and that's probably not the first time she ever did that.
Oh, she probably did it as a form of commonplace. And the one time she got called out on it, now she want to clean that shit up. No, everybody know what the deal is. Fuck out of here.
We went straight to our boss. We was like, we need. I told her, I'm like, you need to get your prejudice as what did she
Like
say?
this your racist ass.
Yeah, she was like, what she
Yeah.
do? Yeah, talking about black men was gonna come in here and steal the damn joint. Like,
Look,
what's what's going on?
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I worked at my local courthouse, like, let me see, last summer, and it was all white people in there. Wasn't no black people. Okay. So I'm cool with everybody. I try to be cool with everyone. I don't start nothing. I'm non confrontational. I'm quiet. I do my work and I leave.
That's right.
And you know, people think they close enough to you to start saying little stuff. And I'm like, okay, whatever. But this one white woman, she told me, she was like, look, I don't want to be rude or anything, but you look just like Lupita Nyong'o. I was like,
I
Oh, I
mean,
know you lying.
oh yeah, that's what they do.
I was like, excuse me? And she, you know what she did? She took me into another room because I was an intern, unpaid. She
Mm-hmm.
took me into another room and brought everybody in there, all the other white tea employees, and said, "Oh, she looked just like Lupita Nyong'o," and had them sitting there staring at me like I was some kind of animal.
Don't feel bad.
White teacher that got wore out by a black student at my school, and that girl's still in jail till this day because she wore her out because that white teacher put her hands through her hair.
Ooh.
And I graduated 2020.
Mm.
I had a white lady tell me that because at the time before I cut all my hair off, I was told that I looked like Grace Jones with long hair.
The fuck?
Yep. And I'm like, and then folks was like, well, you should have took that as a compliment because she's an international supermodel. I was like, she didn't say that to compliment me. She said that to insult me. And they were like, well, I don't see how, and blah, 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 this, that, and the other. I was like, man, ain't nobody on that shit. You think somebody can't see through that shit? Come on now.
I remember my second grade teacher was telling the students that they couldn't play with me because I was an R word. And I needed to be with other R word kids, so that's why I would play by myself.
Oh, don't feel bad too. Cause like I had my English teacher tell me that I wasn't gonna be shit. That you know, I was gonna end up either being on the street or pregnant out of wedlock and this that, and the other.
Clock it.
And here I am over 25 years later working on a PhD.
Clock
I
it.
already have freaking master's degrees, bachelor's degrees, associate's degrees. I'm certified in 15 different things. I've written 3 books on my 4th one.
Period. Period.
Been all over the world in like Lisa Stansfield, been in the freaking military. So I was like, man, get the fuck up out of here, dude.
Clock it. Yeah, that pregnant and at a young age, they definitely put that on me too. But I'm 23. I don't got no kids. I got my apartment. I got a car. I got a car in my name, paid off. Like y'all can kiss my ass.
Here's my thing.
Good life.
Now
When I
my
had
beginning.
stitches, right, after giving birth,
Mm-hmm.
the doctor, an Asian woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
What she said to me was, "I'll see you next year."
Oh no.
What?
Right.
That's crazy.
That's crazy work, bro.
Y'all want to
Yeah.
know? I experienced medical racism when I was getting what was a whole checkup, a full body checkup. Do y'all know when I was getting a pap smear? Y'all know the tools can be smaller and bigger.
Yeah, I do.
Why did they? The first time I ever got one done, they used the biggest tool, and I didn't know that until I was in high school that they did. When my homegirl told me how she was a V, she was a virgin, and they used the little tool on her because the big ones hurt. Like the big ones are too big for her.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what are you talking about? Their sizes. Like when she told me that, I'm like, their sizes.
Yeah, small, medium, large, and then they got
Yes, they used the biggest one on me
see,
as a
and
kid.
Because they learned that they think that because black men have bigger, they think that black women have wider.
Yeah.
That's
Man,
why
And
they
then
they.
the doctor was so frustrated with me that I was in pain. She was getting so mad that I was uncomfortable, that I was crying. She was just like, it's nothing that you haven't, she said that. It's nothing that I haven't done before. I didn't go with my mama. I feel like that's where I messed up at.
wow,
Mm-mm.
and that's
Hell
what they
no.
do all the time. And I have seen medical racism and called it out because like with you, you know, there were women who were basically rushed. You know, I've seen speculums being rammed up in women. You know, I'm like, what? I mean, that's why we have such a distrust in the medical community because of that very reason. Like, why are you sticking this thing in me like 55 feet? I mean, I'm not understanding. When I had my
It's a microaggression. I feel like because she asked me was I a virgin, I told her yeah. I really feel like she didn't believe me based off of her getting aggravated me saying I was in pain.
she didn't, you know. When I had my so when I was yes, my old ass got pregnant last year, but I had found out I was pregnant, and I had a rare condition that was called blighted ovum, which means that I had um, the amniotic sac, but not the embryonic yolk, which means I basically was walking around with uh, walking around with a sac with no baby in it. They did not believe me. They said I could not self-diagnose. I went through altogether 5 ultrasounds. 3 of them were regular, 2 of them were transvaginal. I had 3 Dopplers done before they realized what I said was the truth. They tried to hold me hostage in the hospital where I had to call the father and I had to freaking call my sorority sisters to come to the rescue to get me out the hospital. Once that was done, I had to leave that hospital system to go to another hospital system just to have the DNC, because if I had lasted any longer, I wouldn't be on TikTok right now. So there's that.
I've seen research where it says half of the C-sections that black women get don't even have to happen.
They don't. My oldest daughter, my first grandson, because she has my 3 grandkids, she had a cesarean section and she didn't even need it.
Yeah, they just want to cut us open at this point. And that's why I don't trust them. Like, I wouldn't even trust them to do that.
No.
Because it's just like they do what they want to do with our bodies, and I don't trust it.
And what's crazy is, like, when I had my twins, again, I have 6 children, I had a black woman doctor perform my cesarean section. And literally, I think she said 14 or 16 weeks before I came to her, she gave birth to triplets. So I was like, oh, yeah, well, you know what you're doing. But all the other freaking doctors, girl, bye. They slapped my middle daughter on my chest. That shit hurt. But I couldn't move because I had an epidural. And I'm like, what the hell are you, what? So, you know, the medical racism is there. Let's talk
Yeah,
about
you
that.
seen that white woman breaking them black infants'
Oh,
bones
yeah.
for
Did you
two
see that?
years?
And
Two years under investigation for 2 years with pay?
yeah,
Yeah,
they let her sit
they
for
let
a
her
year
do
with
that
pay.
until
And
she
then
can
she
get away with
came
it.
back. And then she came back and did it again and got busted. But they finally pressed charges on her, but they still did not take away her license. And she got
Crazy.
on bail. So it's like, what are we doing here? Or like I said, down here, we had a case at the hospital. It was probably about a week and a half ago, where this white doctor at the hospital here literally was dogging out his black patients, black women in particular. Woman said she was in pain. Will you stop complaining? Damn, that's what he said. And the woman recorded it on her phone, and she blasted that doctor and put that shit on Facebook.
Clock it.
I
What
was like,
happened to his ass?
oh, he got a severe reprimand. He got leave without pay. They're saying that they're claiming they're investigating, and something is supposed to freaking happen. But under normal circumstances, he would have been able to leave with pay. But because
My
he
mom.
was defeated,
What does that mean when they say, "Oh, under investigation"? Like, what does
just
that
means
mean?
that
They be
they
bull crapping.
well, you saw what
What is it to
happened.
investigate?
You saw what happened, y'all, with the day after the election, and that mysterious email came out specifically to black students and black faculty and staff talking about oh well, y'all need to go back to the plantation. But somehow they couldn't find the VPN, they couldn't find the IP address, and they're claiming that it was under investigation. But you best to believe when that mess happened with Luigi Mangiano, even though what he did was, well, what he allegedly did was outright in the public, when they dug into the files, they didn't have no problem finding the IP address for what he was talking about. So I'm not understanding how it was easy to find that. But when it comes to black people, all of a sudden it's under investigation. We have to wait.
Yeah, my mom just recently experienced medical racism just this year in January. She had fell and passed out in her face. Her face had busted open, so she had to get stitches. She's telling me to come up to, like, she's texting me telling me to come to the hospital because the doctor's making her feel weird. He keep just saying weird little stuff. Come up there. Cause she know I'm on the little, she know I'm her poor black child. So she like, yeah, come with me, come up to the hospital. So I came up there. The man is sewing up her face. He's like, "Oh, your skin is so strong. I have the video. I have the video." This man said your skin is so strong. He keep making jokes about her face being split open.
What?
Like, it's weird. It's weird. He's sewing up her face, keep going over the same parts, look like all up in her face, like, oh my God, you have strong skin. Basically, like, she's telling her her pain level. He's doubting it. It was weird.
It was stupid. I'm looking like, what kind of? Oh yeah, that kind of stuff happens in commonplace. I've been working in hospitals ever since 20. Let me see, 2000 and 2001, and I've been worked at major hospital system through the Midwest and now here in the South. It's not surprising to hear that at all.
And when she was on medicine, because when she was out, like, she flatlined, they said, on the ambulance for I think it was a couple of seconds. And then he was asking her, like, as soon as she got in the hospital, about her organs. And I'm like, don't. That's when she called me. I'm like, don't answer nothing. Like, I'm about to be up there.
Right. No. Well, my goddaughter just this past weekend, she got into it with somebody and she got into a car accident. When she got to the hospital, because the way the accident was, the lady literally hit her with her car and lodged her between the two vehicles. So like the skin was ripped off, all off the back of her calf down to the white meat. And when she went to the hospital to see about it, they gave her a morphine drip and they gave her bacitracin and sent her home.
Ain't no way.
What?
That is a whole skin grab she needs to get done.
Whole. So I get there because again, I'm from Ohio. So I went there to see about my father. And it just so happened she called me when I told her I was on my way up there. She said, please come and see me. Please come and see me. I looked at that. I was like, what the hell is this? So when she explained it to me, she went to two different hospitals. She went to the first hospital, and that's when they gave her the morphine drip and gave her the bacitracin. Then the second time she went to another hospital and they gave her doxycycline and sent her on her way. And I was like, so they were trying to, like, she was like, the hospital told her not to cover it because the wound was fresh, and if it had if they had wrapped it.
They need to
But
do.
I said, I don't understand this. So I had my medical stuff on me. Luckily for me, I had my medical stuff on there where I was able to clean it. I was able to put the what needed on there, and I had this stuff called Skin Integrity that they use on cancer patients when they go through radiation therapy to help forge that skin and the heal return.
Crazy.
And I said I had to do this, and this is my goddaughter. I've had her around ever since she was like a kid,
Like,
and
leave it up to black woman.
right. Always come down to a black woman. And the crazy part about the whole shit is when I called the hospital and they told me what they told me, I said, ma'am, I've worked in hospitals. In fact, I worked at the hospital that you are speaking to me from, ma'am. And I can tell you that this right here not only needs skin grafts, but it needs to be covered. At the time this was happening in Ohio, it was only 34 degrees. Why is she going outside with shorts on in 34 degrees? Are you kidding me? And she was like, this, that, and the other. Man, I cussed their ass out. That's it, they like, well, man, we can't take this, that, and the other, and you can't be sitting up there, cussing us out and doing this, and I can do whatever the fuck I want. But y'all did whatever the fuck you did to her, so I'm gonna do it to you. So how about that?
Like, they're so weird.
It's so fucking dumb. It's not weird as it is. They are making inhumane decisions about us. Flat out.
Like, right now, I'm supposed to be getting eye surgery because I'm going blind in one of my eye because of a stigma, I think. But they're trying to prolong my appointments to when my insurance ends. Like, And I just peeped that 2 weeks ago.
That's what
Like,
they
I
do.
peeped that 2 weeks ago when my mama brought it up because she said my insurance ended in March.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's when they're trying to prolong my appointment. So I'm like, okay, so they don't want to do it. Like,
They don't want to do it,
yeah,
and they're going to make you hurry up and wait, and then that's when they're going to slap you with this high ass, like incredibly stroke provoking bill, and you're like, what? So, they do all kinds of stuff to try to microaggress. And, speaking of which, doubling back to a live I was overhearing earlier, was there was this black woman who was caping for white folk, and she was talking about the problem here in America is black people don't know how to let stuff go, and they're just being lazy, because they were talking about let's move over to housing discrimination and racism and move to geographical racism. She was talking about how one other black lady was talking about the reasoning behind getting you know, government assistance like food stamps and Section 8 and this and that, this and that. So this black woman, Coonette, once again, comes along talking about well, the problem is people just don't want to work. What? And so,
favorite one to go to.
right. So the black woman that was arguing with her, she was like, do you know the percentages of people who benefit the most from government assistance? She talked about, well, yeah, but the problem is black people benefit from it too. How, Sway? How? So here comes
Black women, nothing. Black people, nothing. Okay.
zero. And then here comes another coon talking about oh, well, that's reparations right there. I refuse to take reparations because we're already getting government handout.
How the hell is that reparations
How the state?
when other racial demographics are getting the most of it?
Right?
Exactly. And
How?
then I hate that they think individualistic, like they think like white people, but they don't have the whiteness with them. Like the whiteness ain't in the room with us.
Right. And my thing here is like this one lady was talking about oh, well, she don't get food stamps because she middle class. I was like, so I had to jump on there and I was like, well, here's the thing about, we got to look at definitions here because words are important. What is the definition of middle class? So she was like, well, middle class means that you're not poor. What? So then I was like, so let's take the literal term middle, right? Literally, middle. Okay? So the problem with that financially is that you make too much in some parts, but not enough in others. So you're right in the middle, right? The problem with when they make these decisions on who gets what, as far as like food stamps are concerned, especially with black people, they go through the 150 percentile and the 200 percentile, depending on what state you're in, right? So just imagine, I'm in North Carolina, right? I still have my last 3 children, right? Yes, I make a pretty piece, but the thing here is when you're pairing that up against the cost of living, I would literally be considered the working poor, literally, because the average North Carolinian to live comfortably has to make $68,000 a year. 68,000. The average North Carolinian makes half that.
Wrong. I'm in North Carolina now.
See? And then
Me
the
too.
average one, correct me if I'm wrong, TT. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ada. Hell, correct me if I'm wrong, Melanated. The average person that works, especially if you are black, has to work an average of 1.5 jobs at a time, right? So you got a full-time job,
Facts.
you got to have. Some people work 2 full-time jobs just
Facts.
so they can be able,
And still be in school.
correct. But, and that is a lot of reasons why there's that trickle-down effect of why you see such high rates of DV, high rates of, cohabitation, high rates of hobosexualness. And, so the cuffing season rolls around without fail. because because people are finding that they can't live on their own the way they could 30, 40 years ago.
Facts.
Right? Remember when our parents were kids, they were able to get their first apartment when they were 17, 18 years old. Shit, now, 30-year-olds can't even get their own place on their own.
Yeah, because I ain't gonna lie, the first time I was supposed to get my place, I was supposed to move in with somebody so I could make it easier for myself. But my mama was like, your first apartment that you have, you don't need to live with nobody. And I'm so glad she get pushed that in my head because that was like the most magnificent thing she could ever say. Like living with people is a whole different ball game.
It is because you got to deal. I don't know if y'all saw that series on Netflix. The world, what is it? The worst roommate. But I watched that and I was like, oh hell, oh
Yeah,
no.
no, especially like if you are in a relationship with somebody, you'll never know. She like a lot of people like to get petty and take what they brought up into the situation.
And but here's the even deeper kicker about that: the if you're in a relationship with somebody and you're cohabitating with them, all they got to do is have mail in your house. So if you want to kick them out, all they got to do is tell the authorities that you get mail there, and now you become an occupant. You
Right.
got to go
So
through the
what is
legality.
that called? The 30-day
Yes, yes. After 30 days, if you start receiving mail,
the squatter
yes,
thing. I
squatters
think that's
right,
what it's called.
because they have that in New York. So
Yep.
it's like, so basically, you're scared to live with somebody because if things go left, but they're still receiving stuff at the house, they considered a cohabitant.
Right. They're allowed to have, say, if you break up with that person, they can have anybody in that crib and do anything with that person because that's their house too.
Correct.
So it's so many different ways of why y'all don't need to be moving in with people when y'all first get y'all first
Exactly.
place.
And my thing also, and I was trying to tell my older children this, is your home that you're raised in has to be the testing ground before you step out. And I was the type of parent that was teaching about economics. I was teaching about budgeting. I was teaching about, how to prioritize your money, your time, your self-care, things of that nature. But it's like this generation is like, oh, well, you're not going to tell me what to do. And this absent sense of entitlement. And I don't know what I'm talking about. And again, nothing under the sun is new because I have taken my parents through several changes. However, what I can say is that
The
out of
rebellion gets
100%,
worse each year.
right? Oh yeah. I mean, out of 100% of the time when you're talking to your parents, 85% of what they say is going to go in one ear and out the other.
Out
But
the other, and that's a fact. Cause
it is
I even had to sit my mama down and had this conversation with her. Like, I appreciate all the things you done told me that I didn't listen to that I get now.
that's right.
100%.
Because that
Like,
15, that 15% sticks with you. You feel me?
yes.
Because the other
Like all the
85%, you
fake
be like,
friends and
I don't want to listen to that mess. But
yeah, because
now, hmm,
at a certain point in time, you think like I thought my mom was trying to live through me, but then I started to realize my mom just didn't want me going through most of the stuff that she went through, like, and which is understandable. Like, it's 100% understandable. Parents see stuff before we do,
that's right.
and
That's right.
we tend to like, oh, mom, you don't know what you're talking about. Like,
Right.
you're
You
just
don't
my
know,
mom
but I've
trying
been
to
through.
like be a mom. I don't
Right.
know. You're just trying to
Exactly.
overstep your boundaries. You don't want me out, you don't want me happy, you don't want me, but no, it's not that. It's they do
Girl.
want you out, they do want you happy, but in the safest way.
And that's what I tell my kids all the time. Like my oldest son is now seeing everything that I had said to him because he did not want to. Oh, I don't think I should be going to school. Why are you trying to push everything you're trying to push on yourself on me? That's not fair. Fast forward to 2025. Now he's complaining about jobs. He's complaining about pay. He's complaining about how he doesn't have collective bargaining. I was like, let me tell you something. And I was like, say what you will about race or whatever, but I'm going to say it. When white people had all merged together because they have one common thing, and that's world domination. Let's talk about it. They set aside their differences because they know there is a common theme and a common goal that they're trying to not only uphold to, but maintain. We need to have that same type of thinking. They teach their children as soon as they come out of the womb, right? They teach them exactly what to do and how to work this system like a well-oiled machine. So by the time they turn 16, 17, 18 years old, they already know what to do going in, right? But when it comes to us and when it comes to black people, it's always we're in survival mode. We got to have this microwave mentality because you're looking at the finished product of what is being propagandized in front of media. You're looking at, the final stages, the final form, but you're not seeing what people are going through to get to that level, right?
I also think this generation of kids or young adults are, I feel like we have our ancestors' depression on us right now.
Mm-hmm.
Really bad.
We do.
Really freaking bad. And we don't realize that it's not our depression, our sadness. It's not us. It's literally not us. It's our past.
Mm-hmm.
Our past lives that's installed in us. That's why I really feel like we deserve reparations, because we have a mindset of a freaking slave. We have the anxiety of a slave, and we can't get no reparations. It's crazy.
Yeah, because again, when we talk, first of all, people don't know the true definition of reparations because all people think about is reparations equals money. No, that's not necessarily what that means. It is righting a past wrong through some type of social, financial, and psychological compensation, right? It's not a question of, okay, give us a couple of dollars, keep pushing, right? It's about what was quote unquote promised to us that was reneged upon. It was what was done to us that needs to be righted because we have been so slighted. Other people, other races, other uh, ethno-religious races are able to get, reparations and their comeuppance for what happened to them. But when it comes to black people, we got to hear about, oh, well, they just want a free ride. They don't want to freaking work at anything. They don't want to do this. They don't want to. Why is it when it comes to black people, we don't want to work at nothing, but we built this country? We were washing the asses of white people. We were having their babies and creating livestock. We
Feeding their kids.
right. We were raising their children, right? It's bad when a white child has more respect for the slave or the nanny than they did their own parents.
Right?
You
Being
know?
called being called nannies and
Like,
mammies and all
have
that.
y'all watched The Help?
Yes.
Yo. Mm-hmm.
You want to know what triggers me, makes me cry about that movie every single time? The fact that little white tea girl got affirmations, and that black parent that was giving her them affirmations could not fully give her own child that same courage. That white tea girl, regardless of all them white tea kids that was getting raised by the maids, they were going to get raised in a world where they were appreciated. The black kids wasn't. So the black kids need all the affirmations and appreciation they need, but their parents couldn't be there because they're too busy catering to the white kids that's already going to be in a world that loves them so much. That
Exactly.
I don't like that. That triggers me.
And the sad part about it is that's the kind of lit world, the kind of country that we live in, even in 2025. Because if you really pay attention, nothing has changed. People are like, well, there has been progress. No, there hasn't. There has been movement, but there hasn't been progress. Of course, there's going to be movement because time doesn't sit still. It's always going to move. Decisions are going to be made. Change is inevitable. The question is, which way are you going to steer that change? And the sad part about it is, and most black people who be on these panels as well as in real life argue me down about it, but I was like, y'all have this very settling slave mentality of, as long as I'm able to get the approval of white people and get the accolade and affirmation of white people from kissing their ass and licking their boots, that means that I've made it in the world. Conversely, when it comes to white people, they're able to get this kind of affirmation from black people, to make them feel like some type of way. And going back to your point, black people don't even do it to their own kids. They literally will put down their black kids. I can't wait till they get the hell out my house at 18. But you be seeing white folks keep their kids in when they in their 20s, sometimes in their 30s, their 40s. And then by the time they get out,
Nah, I can't say that because my mama loved me. She wasn't ready for me to go. I was ready. And I know a couple of my friends, they mamas won't let them go.
yes, and the thing about it is, it's like I said, but the mentality is that there's always this separation factor, and that goes back to slavery, right? because that's how they separated families. So they went from physically separating the family structure to mentally and psychologically doing it, right? Even as to what you're saying, you said you're the one who wanted to freaking go, right? So it happens on both sides, not just the parent, but it also is the child too. But a lot of times, and not necessarily in your case, TT, but in a lot of cases, you know, black people, especially black children, black young adults, leave the house when they are not mentally or socially ready to go. They're just ready to just zoom out and they don't care how it goes. It's just like, you know, when a bird is being pushed out of the nest and they got to figure it out. You know, same as this here. And it's like, whereas with white people, conversely, they teach their kids every step of the way. So when they step out, they pretty much know what to do when they're stepping out at 17, 18, 19 years old. And that's not necessarily meaning, you know, going to college and all that other business. I'm talking about navigating through this system, right? Where black people, when they get out on their own and they're not ready, they look like a deer in headlights. And I'm looking like, and I can say this because this is what happened with my own kids, right? It was like when my oldest three left, they just, I can't wait to get out this house because mom is too militant and she's too strict and she's too this, she's that. And when they got out there, they saw the landlord didn't give a shit about if they couldn't find a way to pay their rent. The utility companies didn't give a shit that they lost their job last week. Oh, you not paying this bill? Guess what? You are in the dark. Oh, you can't pay this rent? Oh, you about to be homeless.
Yeah.
What? What do
I
you
can
mean?
say I was like that too. Like I was like, oh, I can't wait because I ain't had no freedom. But I feel like all kids are like that based off of freedom. Never nothing else. Unless they in a neglectful home. But never nothing else. It's because they want to be grown, they want to be fast. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be grown. I didn't want to have nobody to say nothing to me when I wanted to do what I wanted to do. But that comes with bills. That comes with consequences. That comes with a whole bunch of other stuff. So once
You are
they once
absolutely
that
right.
hits you, then you
Girl,
start
yeah.
to step back. Like, okay, yeah, my mama wasn't tripping.
Exactly. And that's what my son actually told me last week. Because I was, you know, and you're absolutely right, TT. Again, nothing under the sun is new. But what I find very interesting about this generation in particular is the absent sense of entitlement. The need, like when I was growing up, never in the history of history would you ever back talk your parent. And your parent just gonna stand there and be like, now you can't talk to me like that. Listen here. I was a pinball machine. You hear what I'm talking about? I said, what now? Say what now? Girl, I hit every wall in the house and I had 3 floors in my house. So, you know, I was getting hit left and right. And my father was a second-degree black belt. So, you know, he was Jim Kelly in it, Bruce Lee in it, all over his body. Do you hear me? I ain't get
Mm-hmm.
muscular like this for nothing. So I'm looking like, but nowadays you see these parents crying and whining all over the place. Then they building these alternative schools for behavior.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm looking like, what? And then
The
this,
alternative schools is literally like I feel like it's the same as the what is it? The school to prison pipeline?
yes,
That's the school to prison
absolutely.
pipeline for sure. Cause my sister, she's an A B student. Never got suspended. Never got in trouble. I was the one who was always getting suspended, always getting in trouble. She got into a fight one time at school. They sent her to an alternative school.
Mm,
One
mm,
time, the whole year.
mm, mm. And that's
Like
what they
she
do.
learned absolutely nothing there too.
Of course, because that's how they do. And again, that's what they do with kids. And the system has made it where, like I said, it's divisive even in education because they divide the teacher away from the parent, away from the student. So now these 3 entities are arguing with each other while the administration look down laughing at them and talk about, okay, well, we're going to take funding away from these folks because they don't need it. Look what they're doing, right? And so what ends up happening is they propagandize how to get rich quick or whatever. That's why you be seeing all these kids mumble rapping all over the place, rapping in the projects in the inner city, knowing they go to a private school. Man, get out of here. Oh, well, I was with this AK and this and that. Sir, spell AK. And then they look at you retarded. You're like,
No, for real.
and then
I feel like the same thing with alternative schools is the same thing like with poverty areas is gonna be you put a whole bunch of kids that nobody gave a chance to in one school, one big school. What do you expect? Make it make sense.
make it make sense. I mean, even with these inner city schools that are not alternative. I mean, here in Durham, North Carolina, we got this school. I mean, here in Durham, North Carolina, we got this school that's called Riverside. The cap is supposed to be 1,100 students. They have almost 2,000. You know, I said, what kind of mess is that? So you've got overcrowding in the classrooms. You have underfunded schools. You have teachers that are is not well staffed in the school, and you got the sheriff's department, not even the police department. You have the sheriff's department sitting outside just waiting for something to happen, and it's like
Ready.
ready,
That's the best part of their day. Not the
right?
learning.
Right, but here's the thing: all the stuff is already happening in the school because they want to send Boss Hog in there at the last minute, and you're looking like, so and so got dropped in the bathroom. Another person got ran up on in the toilet stall. This person here fell out of a car, and you're like, all this stuff is happening, but we don't see nothing being done about it. And we have an administration that want to blame the parents, but then you got the parents wanting to blame the teachers, and the teachers blame the kids, and the kids blame the parents and the teacher. And it's like,
It be administration real bad. Like I can
oh,
say
of
that
course.
because same with bullying. Like they know about the bullying. Certain parents, like my mama did not play that. My mama
Nope.
was at schools, meetings, all of that. If I had a problem, she was up there talking
Mm,
to the principal face to face, so they knew who she was.
okay.
So they'll act like, oh no, until like when it like the bullying situation, like you can look this up. At Mount Tabor High School in North Carolina, there was a school shooting in 2021.
Hmm.
The year after I graduated, one of the boys was getting bullied. My sister was at the school. I went to go pick her up. She witnessed the shooting, the pew-pewing. It was in her class, to be exact. She
Oh.
the boy was getting bullied by a group of gang affiliated boys in school, a whole bunch of boys that live in the suburbs, as you said, Lotus. But they were bullying him. He went up to the school with his mom. His mom told them the boys kept messing with him. So remind you, this boy had got pew-pewed. So he's recovering from pew-pews from
Oh,
wherever he came from.
no.
Yeah, so he's recovering. He's like literally in recoverment, still going to school. They
Mm,
were beating him up every single day.
mm.
And they text him the day after they beat him up for the last time. And the next day it was like, get ready to get your whoop tomorrow. He came to school with a pew pew.
Mm.
Came and pew-pewed the boy that texted him that was bullying him and left the school, fled and went to he made it to Greensboro, and they
Oh.
caught him.
Mm. Mm.
So and then they try to base it off of gang affiliation, not of bullying.
Right. That's
So yeah, they know these things. They don't care. They wait for big things to happen.
Oh, and then you've got the other extreme where y'all saw that video where the girl literally broke her teacher's leg because the teacher took her cell phone. Right? It was like, or there were instances where, if the child can't get what they want, for example, the child gets to call children and family services, exaggerate this thing like, oh, they're going through oh so much, and it gets the parent in trouble, who in turn is the breadwinner because the child is not thinking that far out the box. All they thinking about is, I can't do what I want to do, so I'm going to show her this, and this. And then when that parent goes down, and the shit hits the fan where children and family services come in. Now they're trying to take the child out the house and they're putting them in God knows where. Now the child wants to feel regretful and remorseful because they didn't think that far out the box. They didn't think about the consequences. Right.
I feel like that should be on the child though. Them laws, they make them laws purposely to get them black kids.
And you know what? You know what I can't stand? It's crazy because I live in North Carolina too.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom, she works at my school, my old school that I graduated from, and she works in special needs.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll come home and she'll tell us things about like the administration and what they're doing, and it's a whole bunch of bullshit every single time. Like there's this one YT kid that stole one of the teacher's credit cards and was using it, and they covered for him.
Yeah, they would
But
never do that for a black kid.
exactly, they covered for his little ass, and I
The
was
black
like,
kid would have been a thug immediately.
immediately,
They will
immediately.
snitch in a
And
hot
I
second.
guarantee, let me tell y'all something. These white tee parents, they be doing something. They be paying these people off because there was another white tee kid. He was on a bus and he was throwing shit out of the window. And get this, it hit a vehicle's windshield, and they was going about 60 on the highway, and it hit that vehicle windshield, and that went in, and the people in that vehicle tried to sue the school. Guess what the principal did? The principal paid the money himself to that family.
Girl, bye.
And the kid was white T, by the way.
I work at a special. I think I told you that, but a special needs day program. So like, it's school for special need kids and adults. And there's one YC client that be up there. Her dad is 100% racist. He hate the knee that grows. He don't like her touching us when she see. When the crazy part about it, I told y'all, is black owned. The whole company is black. There's employees black, but he don't. When he sees her touching us, her punishment is she sleeps in a basement with no clothes, no water, and it's cold.
Girl, what?
Yep, and they know this. They know this. There's another client that I feel like personally he's getting touched on by his YT dad because the little subliminal things that he does. He be like daddy's D. He'll be like he riding on a D. He be acting like he's sucking D. Like he talk like he be like it's stuff that he's saying. He know, and he says it so freely. He always trying to touch on and kiss on men that's at the day program. Um he be beating up his mama when she be dropping him off, effing her up. I'm talking about she be red, pulling out, crying, mad everything because she be getting whooped. But I think it's because he know because he feels some type of way because she know I feel like she know that dad is touching on him.
Of course. Of course. What? Girl, bye.
Baby, it's horrible up there. They do, and especially special needs because all you have they get a check for them. They get a check for them. So they do not. That's the most neglectful. Like I worked in nursing homes. I would say this is more bad than nursing home
Wow.
because they're neglectful as f at the nursing home.
I know they is.
Mm-hmm.
I know they is.
Like I had to leave a nursing home because it was so triggering. Like my favorite clients having bed sores, and I can't do that, baby.
Girl, no. I've been working in medicine for over 20 years. I still can't do that shit.
I'm recording proof. Nothing's still not happening. I'm like, yeah, no, I gotta go. I'm overplaying my part.
Yes, you did what you had to do and pull out because you have to pull out for your own sanity, your own safety, and your own serenity. One little happen now. People don't give a shit. And then when you blast them and tell them that, they don't give a shit, now it's, oh, you shouldn't be talking to us that way.
Because I feel like because they're special needs, they come to that day program and communicate with us perfectly fine. They know how to talk. They know how to say how they feel and all of that. It's the people that have them. It's just like they just have them just for the check. They don't care. They don't learn about them. Nothing.
No, they
No
don't.
new clothes on their back. Nothing.
That is wild. And when you try to report it and you try to say,
Yep.
don't do nothing with it. That is horrible. That is so sad, man.
This is literally sad because I feel like because they think they can't talk or because some of them aren't verbal.
They're not.
But you can tell if you get to know the clients, like if you do your job how you're supposed to do your job, you will learn how they communicate and how they feel. But and how they doing, like them coming in with soaked briefs and same clothes from last week. It's noticeable.
Wow. That's why I used to be so afraid of my mom, and she didn't have like special needs or nothing, but she was older, and I used to be so scared for her to end up being in a home because I was so afraid that type of thing would happen. but she passed on before she can get into a home. And, she felt her perfectly fine, not going into a home, thank goodness. But girl, I don't, listen, I don't think I would have had the mental capacity to deal with that nonsense. I can't. I don't have it. I just don't. And being black here in America, man, what? Listen,
Big, that's
brain
the
gets shut.
problem. We care. Our
And
emotions, our empathy.
you know what? That's what happened with my grandma on my dad's side. They wasn't treating her right in the
In a
nursing
nursing
home.
home?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, heck no. I
They
don't
wasn't
play
treating her right,
that.
and she actually that's how she ended up catching COVID because
Yep.
it was during 2020, or no, yeah, 2019, 2020 when COVID first started,
Yep.
and somebody's dumb ass walked in there, no mask, none of
Yep.
that, and got my grandma sick, and that's how she passed away.
And then with nursing homes, like when I used to work at them, they didn't tell the whole community that somebody in that building had COVID. They would let people come and have visitors
Yep.
and not tell nobody that, oh, there's somebody in here that got COVID. They're not going to give them a week to get unsick or make them feel better, nothing. They literally, the money can't stop for them.
Right, right. Oh, I'm sorry about your grandma. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all
sorry,
right.
sir.
That's all right. It's okay. It's just the system, and people not doing their jobs and people don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why they need people like us because we have no filter. So
Yep, and another
Mhm.
reason why I quit the nursing home, the COVID, like they was getting COVID back to back to back to back to back. And my mom is I was living with my mom at the time. My mom is a risk. Like she has a whole bunch of health problems. I wasn't about to lose my mama for near one of their ass. Fuck them.
Mhm.
that's right, honey. Can't lose small dukes, man. Not over no BS like that. No, man. Mm-mm.
I had a homegirl that lost her mama through COVID. I was like, yeah, nah, I'm not with that. I'm sorry, y'all. Got
My,
to go.
my
And
friend from the
that's
seventh grade lost her daughter due to
wow.
With
COVID. And she
COVID?
was pregnant.
Oh
Yep,
my
and she
god.
was pregnant.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
Baby
goodness.
lived. They had to do an emergency C-section, and the daughter died a couple days after the C-section was done.
Oh my gosh.
And I
Yeah.
guarantee you, she probably didn't have to do a C-section.
She probably didn't, but she was so sick and they couldn't bring her fever down, and it was calamity. I was so hurt. I was like, no. And then we find out recently that her sister-in-law passed away. Same thing.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just like,
Mm-hmm. They
bastard.
definitely tried to take us out with this COVID.
Man, and
I
trying to
bet.
lie and say, oh well, it's the blacks, it's the blacks.
And you
Mm-hmm.
know what? You know what else they did too? They politicized it.
Oh, they
That's
did.
what made it. That's what
Yes,
made
they
it even
did.
worse. That's what made it even worse. Because
That's
you had all
right.
these Republicans talking about COVID ain't real, da 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 da, and
Yep,
people
Trump.
dropping like flies left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, like I knew it was real when my homegirl mama passed away from it.
Mm.
Like I literally thought it was. I literally thought it was real. I thought I couldn't get it because even before COVID, I'm not a sick person. Like I'm one of my mom's unsick kids. I
Mm.
never get sick like that. And when I do get sick, I be sick like a dog for a week, and then I'll be good. Literally,
Dog, and they good.
like literally. But other than
Oh,
that, like when my homegirl mama passed away, I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Like I held my mama tight. I did not play that.
yes, because it's nothing to play with. But they think that all they got to do is say well, it's not real, and y'all, this is what did they say it was? They said it was fear mongering. That's what it was.
They said it was
Yeah.
fake news. They said it was the China virus.
Just like they said AIDS was the Africa virus because
Mhm.
Africa. Girl, blah.
When they came with them damn diseases, we wouldn't even know what the fuck that shit was if we didn't have contact with they white ass.
Exactly.
And then when you find out that a lot of the disease process, like the symptoms and stuff, uh,
Even
uh,
Downs.
yes, they mimic stuff like the bubonic plague. They said there was the black plague, then there was the white plague, because the white plague was the tuberculosis, and the black plague, I forget what they call the other scientific one, but it was like, whoa.
I just
I mean, it took out, what did they say? I think it said it took out a quarter of the world's population.
Lord.
freaking wild.
Like, I think I was today. I mean, not today, but this years old when I found out that Downs is literally coming from white tea people.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
You know that.
crazy, and it makes sense because they was sleeping with their family.
That's why that's why a lot of the Downs is in the Jewish community because that's what they believe. Like they can't marry outside of their ethno-religious group. So it's a whole lot of white tea people in there getting with each other, cousins
I'm
and
dead. They
sisters and
hated us
brothers.
that much. They said, "Come on, Samantha, let's go. Let's go in the closet."
They literally was going around there singing, "Nothing says loving like being with your cousin." Oh, it's just gross, bro.
And then to figure out years later that our our DNA y'all ain't fucking with, and now y'all all y'all want to do is sit on black.
I love the way you say that. Yeah,
that
that is too funny.
It's just funny how the years, even with the braids, like they talk so much junk
Girl,
about the
don't talk
braids, and
about the
then
braids, child, because there we go. There we go. The Vikings made the braids first.
yes, I hate it. I hate the talking point so bad.
And they be talking
Right.
about Vikings. Vikings is a job occupation.
Right.
Hello,
Oh, I had a
man.
black dude. That's who it was. I had a black dude literally sit up there and say, "Oh well," because I said, "Well, being a Viking is an occupation, not a race." So, like, we talked about that already. You need to get to the next point. First of all, what you need to do is you need to calm that down, right? Because I'm not
Mad
coming
as hell,
for
he was wrong.
right. Because I didn't come for you yet.
Right. Like who
And
you
then
talking to?
literally like 10 minutes later, like somebody said in the comments that, I was a teacher, that I was a professor. And he was like, don't nobody give a damn about her degree because this
Mad.
is
Was he
my
black? Was he a
panel.
black man?
Yes.
Of course.
I don't give a damn about her degrees because that don't mean nothing because I have real life experience.
Okay, sir.
That's what I'm
Right.
Tupac,
saying.
go
They
ahead,
all
swear.
concentrate on numbers and this and that. Well, I have real life experience, sir. We don't know you from a can of paint, and we don't know if you're telling a lie or telling the truth. So what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to take your word as the gospel because you were born 5 minutes ago. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Ain't nobody got time.
At all.
And he's all like, "Well, you got to understand that.
You
You
don't gotta
can't."
understand shit. I hate when they say that.
I hate it.
And you know
You
what?
gotta learn how to freaking love and this and that and this. And that. Man, if you don't sit your dumb ass down, and he kept getting louder and louder, and then it just got so bad. He said, "Let's get these Negroids off the panel." It was me and this dude. He was like, "Because I don't appreciate black racists on my panel." If you get the fuck up out of here with that
I got a
bullshit, you talking about
question. What do y'all think that is gonna take for people who date YT people to know that they're experiencing racism? Like what microaggression do you think is so bad that they know that okay, that was racist?
They
Oh, it's
already
not.
know now. They
It's
just
not
accept
right.
it.
They know now, and
I don't think they do.
they
Oh, they
do.
do.
They do.
They do.
Absolutely, they do.
They will
For the simple
gaslight
They
reason,
tap
themselves.
dance. It's just
they
like they really don't know.
no, they don't. They act like they don't know, but they do. But see, here's the thing about denial. You know, denial is a river in Egypt. No, I'm just playing. But I'm saying, they're in a lot of denial about a lot of things because if they knew the truth, they knew in the end that being around them would actually hurt them, not
Like
help them.
like when you were saying Lotus with your son when he was like, we could have talked about that later. Like, what do you think that YT woman could have said that made him get out of character?
The fact that my daughter said something, his sister.
Oh yeah, okay. So it was just a black woman that was going to try.
Maybe it's gonna have to be that like
Oh, we're gonna have to
slur.
have an internal war. That's just what that is. But it's gonna be a
Mm-hmm.
battle
Yeah, it
between
do
the two
gotta
of
be
us.
so.
You know.
Probably.
I mean, it's just what it is because they have been indoctrinated with white supremacy so tough and so deep that they completely deny anything that rolls out of a black woman's mouth.
But
They
you want to know
completely deny it.
something? I feel like it has something to do with what is it when they feed that into us through everything that we see, and I feel like it's generational.
It
Hear me
is.
out.
It
Hear
absolutely
me out.
is.
When I say this, because okay, my brother never was raised around his dad, ever. My mom raised us like all the way up. So he never was around his dad. He never was around his dad's side of his family or anything. But he is obsessed with white women. My mom told me earlier this year that his dad is the same way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How is he like his dad and he never been around this man?
Listen, I know somebody whose parents were Black Panthers, and they're obsessed with whitey women.
Yep. Yep. That when we talk about the self hatred is deep within the generations, is unbridled. It's almost became inherent the way that Black people think. And again, we also
Yeah,
have to
that's what
look
I
at.
mean.
Yes. So what we have to look at is we have to understand that there's a lot of factors that play into their thinking, who they are around, what is being advertised toward them, seeing what they feel, going back to my point about the finished product, they're seeing, okay, well, so and so has this because, they're white. And look at this Black dude over here, all he doing is standing on a corner hustling. I don't want to be like that. So I'm going to go this way. Or when they impose what the standards of beauty are, to the point where it's self-hatred, and they hate, and it's not self-hatred in that they literally hate themselves, if that makes sense, but they hate the fact that they can't get the same things they feel like white people are getting flawlessly, not understanding, that's why I hate when we make the argument of, all we want is equality. No, I don't want to be equal to my oppressor, because that means I have to do what my oppressor has done in order to be equal to them.
And you know what? That I heard Dr. Umar said something like the only reason Black men want white tea women is because they want to feel as though they are equal to him. Because
Control.
if they have his queen, then they would feel as though they are equal to the king,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why they want white tea women, right?
Thing is, they are not queens to their own race.
Right.
Let's
Mm-hmm.
clock that.
Let's clock it. Let's clock it. They'll dog out their white woman worse than they'll do a Black one.
Mm-hmm.
They will dog, and when I say dog them, I'm talking about dog walk them. Okay, I mean, it wasn't until what, I think it was the 1970s.
I think they got that part from Black people,
No,
the queens and kings.
yeah, that's where they got it from. Yeah,
Cause I don't
we
believe
know
that
everything
any of
from.
them was royalty. Like before meeting
Right.
us.
Because when you look at it, they'll talk about, oh, well, what about Queen Elizabeth, and what about Prince Charles? And no, that's a difference between actually being kings and queens versus being oligarchs and monarchs. There's a difference. Thanks. But we're not supposed to know anything, because as Black women, we're supposed to be docile, barefoot, pregnant, and stupid. So there's that.
Feel about the dolphin thing. I just went on a whole rabbit hole this morning,
I can't.
and I'm obsessed.
You're obsessed with dolphins?
Yes, because now I know that they can speak English. Yes.
Lord. Oh, Lordy,
And
Lord.
then I found out that it's illegal for us to talk to animals,
Oh, you ain't know?
touch them.
It's illegal to do that. However, they can do bestiality, but whatever.
Right, right.
I mean, what do we
Clock
know? What do I know?
that. Clock that. I just found that out today, because it was based off of in Hawaii, women, I guess, like it's a witchcraft magical thing, but women having their babies in the ocean makes dolphins, like, I guess they like pregnant women, so they circle the area to make sure the pregnant woman is safe while she's having her baby, and it makes the baby have super strength or something like that. Their brain is 5 times heavier than a regular human brain that's born in a regular hospital.
Interesting.
They develop more, but better, basically their strength and everything.
Oh, wow.
And and they were saying like the dolphin can communicate with the baby before you have the baby.
Oh, wow. I believe that.
Like, that's crazy. I'm like, yo, what?
I
So
believe it.
it's something that they're hiding from us with them animals,
They don't
because
want
why can't we talk to them?
because they don't want us to know the truth. They don't want us they don't want us to talk to the dolphins or whatever.
Especially animal that explore 80% of the ocean that we haven't. Yeah.
Right. Right. There's so much they don't want us to do. It's terrible. It's terrible. But whatever. Oh my God, my phone is on 12%. I'm about to charge this boy.
Yeah, I was about to say, so melanated girl, you gonna restart? We've been on here for a minute.
A hot minute. You know, we done
Yeah.
ran people away and all this other.
Finish my hair and everything.
I'm trying to finish mine too. Look, I'm doing twists, but like boho twists.
I just finished soft locks. Look.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I didn't finish. Nothing. No.
What we need to do, we need to gather a list to give to Maceo.
Mm-hmm.
Of
Have problematic people on this app.
I'll start out because I be happy. I love when Maceo do that. Like I really do. Because it be stuff that I like. I literally be thinking these things. Like, but I'll say some. You know, some of the people that he call out get backed up.
Yes.
They get
Yeah.
backed up by a big following. Like a lot of people, a lot of them, they got capers, they got tap dancers, and all of that behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So Maceo is the only one that be like, yeah, no, I don't give a fuck, and he'll call out in front of all the capers and the tap dancers on the panel. Like he don't care. It could
And
be
that's
him
why
against 10.
It is
yesterday,
absolutely great.
that's why in yesterday in Lala's live, when them two goofies was up there,
Oh my god.
trying to defend that girl, I was like, hell nah, I'm not finna let that slide. Cause I fuck with Maceo, and I ain't known him that long, but I fuck with him, and I wasn't about to let them do that like that. Cause he was right. They was
Yeah, he
caping for
was
her.
right. I
They
didn't
was
like that.
they was caping for her, and the whole time she with a white T man. Like, what are you doing?
For real? No, she with a black biracial.
Nah, he white.
White.
Y'all know who he's talking about?
Shining Star, whatever her name is.
Not shining star, whatever.
Is
No,
that
it's
dude
the
been
elder
coming in here?
sister. It's the elder sister I'm talking about.
Because
Um,
I've seen that name pop in here like 3 or 4 times.
She
Yeah,
be in
that's
them
that's the
panels with the Liz and them too.
mm.
But I'm talking about what's her name? She's a teacher.
who?
Oh.
I'm trying to
Grammy?
think. The one I'm thinking of, she young. So I wonder.
No, I said it was an elder lady. He got into it.
Lord.
You talking
But
about
it was
Cowgirl?
cowgirl.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
Yes.
he got
Wait,
into it
she
with
been
her too.
But it literally didn't have to be a thing. Like she said something, but she Maceo pointed it out and then she like lied and said she didn't say
Oh
it.
yeah. Yep.
So it was a thing because Maceo was getting on her about it and then everybody was backing her up. So yeah.
Yeah. But I had to step in with that too because he was right.
Right, he was right. And then he was like, "Can I get the recording?" And everybody was like, "Oh, now the Maceo being petty because he
Right.
wanted the recording of the live."
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Wow. Well, let's get up out of here. You gonna restart so melanated?
Yeah.
Mm.
All right.
See ya,
All right.
sister.
Woohoo! Let me go fuck with some people too.